Welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce this event, Korea and Italy, a new chapter and future cooperation, co-organized by the International Istituto Affari Internazionali, will allow me to say it in Italian, in cooperation with the Embassy of the Republic of Korea. I don't want to steal a lot of your time because luckily we have two guests that are gonna introduce a little bit this conference. I leave the floor to Alessandra Schiavo, Deputy Director and Principal Director of the section that deals with the countries of Asia and Oceania at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much for your introduction, dear Director, Ambassador Nelly Feroci, dear colleagues, professors, panelists, and also online followers. I wish first of all to thank the Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Rome, in particular Ambassador Lee Son-ho, as well as the Institute for International Affairs, IAI in Italian, for having organized this seminar and for inviting me to open it today and to start our common reflection. Having unfortunately to disconnect soon to join another VTC scheduled long ago by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Italy, and believe me, I'm truly sorry for that, I will limit my remarks to a brief overview of the scope and depth of the bilateral ties between Italy and Korea. To say that today's global scenario is extremely complex and polarized, and that these huge challenges require collective responses, have basically turned into a commonplace call. And yet, quality international cooperation, and here I wish to underline quality international cooperation, is increasingly rare and more necessary. In this respect, Italy and Korea, despite the obvious geographical distance and the evident cultural differences, are generally united by very similar diplomatic traditions and approaches based on dialogue and cooperation. After all, it does not come as a surprise. Italy and Korea are both important balancing political stakeholders, operating in very diversified regions. The Mediterranean and Europe for Italy, and for Korea, East Asia, and the Indo-Pacific, which is home to more than half of the world's population and nearly 2/3 of the world's economy. In the same vein, as we share the same value-funded foreign policy on democracy, human rights, inclusive and sustainable development, we are both very committed to preserve and defend the rules-based international order in multilateral fora, such as the UN and G20, as well as at any other relevant format. Based on these relevant and very considerable affinities, already in 2018, that is to say, when the international panorama was much easier than the current one, Rome and Seoul agreed to upgrade their relationship to the level of a strategic partnership, setting up quite an ambitious framework to push for deeper political, security, and economic cooperation on a wide range of global, regional, and bilateral issues. And indeed, our two countries are strategic markets for each other. The free trade agreement between the EU and Korea that entered into force in 2015 caters for an ideal common ground for both parties to continue to intertwine and mutually strengthen their economies. Also, thanks to this tool, that is to say the FTA, significant growth in bilateral trade topped 9.5 billion euros in 2021, a 21% actually yearly increase. And in addition, in the first 6 months of 2022, we recorded an increase of 40% compared to the first semester of 2021. Our cooperation presents very promising prospects also in the industrial, scientific, and technological domains. Just to mention one, but very significant example, Italy and Korea excel respectively in the fields of basic research and industry applied research. The complementarity of our skills testifies the extraordinary potential for scientific and industrial synergies and cooperations. The same potential abounds in academic and cultural cooperation, where high quality traditionally marks our endeavors and our respective capacities. Let me conclude by reaffirming that we are eager to continue strengthening our cooperation with our Korean friends at all levels and in every relevant field towards the horizon of 2024, which will mark this historical anniversary of the 150 years of our diplomatic relations and beyond. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Director Schiavo. I'm gonna now leave the floor to IAS President Ferdinando Nelli Feroci.
Grazie, Lorenzo. Good morning, everybody. Let me express my warmest welcome to all of you for being here with us to participate in this event. Let me also say a word of thanks to Alessandra Schiavo. I don't know whether she's still with us or not. Alessandra is a very good friend of mine, and I'm happy that she's back in Rome at the ministry. Now, the conference that is taking place today has been organized by the Istituto Affari Internazionali, which I had the honor to chair, but with the support and very important collaboration of the Embassy of South Korea, of the Republic of Korea in Rome. So let me first of all express all my gratitude to Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, His Excellency Song-Ho Lee, and to all of his colleagues who have actively collaborated with us, with our team, to organize this event. And if I may, let me also thank the Embassy more in general for their collaboration and their support for the partnership that the Embassy has established with the Istituto, which has made possible to organize a number of events and initiatives. I very much hope that this collaboration will continue also in the future. Now, today's conference, as it has already been mentioned by Alessandra Schiavo, is an occasion to explore the state of the art of bilateral collaboration between our two countries in a number of areas. You will see all along the development of the seminar. But it would also be an opportunity to explore how we could improve and intensify this collaboration. There's a lot that can be done in that respect, because we have assumed as a starting point in organizing the conference that despite the very good bilateral relations, despite the fact that there are no disputes, there are no issues at stake in our bilateral relations, there is still a lot that can be done to increase and improve the level of our collaboration. There is a potential that can and should be exploited. The two countries are very distant geographically. This we have to realize. They belong to a different region of the world. And this geography, in this sense, dictates their priorities, their respective priorities. This is something we have to recognize. But nevertheless, the two countries share a number of elements that I very shortly recall. Alessandra did it already. They share the values of well-functioning democracies. They belong, in a sense, to the vast camp of the so-called Western democracies, even though physically you're not West, but you are politically part of the Western democracies. Both countries are committed to the objective of consolidating a world order based on shared values, on respected shared rules of the games, and on improving and strengthening multilateralism as the basis of the well-functioning of international relations. They are both committed to promote peace and stability worldwide. And they are also, being very well-functioning market economies, they are also committed to the well-functioning of the international trade regime and in that respect committed to the world functioning of WTO. Their economies are important. Figures have been mentioned, but there is a lot that can be done to improve and intensify also economic relations, both in terms of trade, but also in terms of investment. There is a lot that can be done to improve and increase cooperation in areas like science, technology, culture. So this is why we have chosen to structure our conference today in 3 different sessions. The first one will be more political in a sense. It will be devoted to a presentation of the foreign policy of Korea with the new leadership, but also be an occasion for an exchange of views on the main challenges that both Korea and Italy are facing in this very juncture. The second session will focus on the subject of cooperation in science, technology, and culture, if I'm not wrong. And the third is going to discuss something which is new, but very intriguing in a sense, is the power of, or the strength of the soft power of Korea in these recent years. Something that we are witnessing on an almost daily basis, but which is actually really impressive in many respects. So I will stop here. I apologize because in a few minutes I will have to leave this conference because I have to chair the board of my institute, which is going to begin at 11. But I wish to thank all of you, in particular, all the panelists that have accepted our invitation. Some of them are coming from very far away. Others are with us from remote. And I'd like finally again to reiterate my thanks to Ambassador Lee and also to the whole of the embassy. Thank you again.
Let's get started. My name is Lorenzo Mariani. I'm a research fellow at International at IAI. I work in the Global Actors Department, and I do research and I cover mostly inter-Korean relations and China's foreign policy. Today, I'm honored to chair this first panel, which is gonna be focused on Italy-Korea political relations. It's a great honor for me to be here and moderate this panel with 3 great distinguished guests. First one on my left, Professor Seong Kim, Dean of the Faculty of European Studies at the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, also director of the Jean Monnet Center at the Hankook University, and director of the Interdisciplinary Center for Italian Studies in Korea. Professor Seong Kim is well renowned for being a great expert on Italian affairs. In 2013, he received, he was decorated as a Cavaliere from the President of the Republic, and from 2016, he is Jean Monnet Chair. Then we are joined by Francesca Frassinetti, assistant professor at Ca' Foscari University and researcher at ISPI, based in Milan. Francesca is one of the leading experts on South Korea domestic affairs. She's been working a lot and extensively on South Korea domestic and foreign policy. And online, we have Professor Hae-Won Jun from the Institute of Foreign Affairs and National Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So without any further ado, let's start with a brief presentation from our panelists. Let me start with the rules. I'm gonna ask, we're gonna first start with a brief presentation from So Yun Pak, the political counselor from the embassy. And before her remark, I will then give the floor to our panelists for a brief presentation. I'm gonna ask you to stay within 7-8 minutes so that we will have plenty of time to discuss not only among us, but to open the floor to the question, both from the audience in presence and also online. So for those of you who are following the event on Zoom platform, I encourage you to send us your question. I'm going to receive the question here on the tablet, and I'm going to address the panel with your question. Thank you.
Buongiorno, I'm Councillor Park So-yeon, working at the Embassy's political section. Now, let me briefly introduce the foreign policy of the new Korean government, which newly started its job in May this year after the presidential election. The goal of a foreign policy of a Korean government is playing an active role as a global pivotal state which contributes to the freedom, peace, and prosperity of the international community. To achieve this, Korea's new government have set the 5 key tasks. First task is engaging in East Asia diplomacy on the basis of liberal democratic values as well as mutual interests. Second task is building networks of cooperation with the various regions of the world. Third task is active pursuit of economic security diplomacy. First task is increasing contributions to global peace and security. The fifth task is pursuing complete denuclearization of North Korea. To be further, I will briefly introduce the foreign policy direction of the Korean government toward Europe and Italy. Firstly, Korea wants to deepen our relations with European countries based on partnership rooted in shared values like freedom, democracy, and human rights. In particular, Korea wants to strengthen partnership with European countries in multilateral forums like NATO, G20, based on shared values. Next, let me move into foreign policy of the Korean government toward Italy. Korean government has made continuous efforts to strengthen the strategic partnership, which was established in 2018. Now, at this section, let me briefly share with you what the embassy has been doing at the political section in order to promote the bilateral relationship. Firstly, we are supporting the high-level mutual visit of Korea and Italy. In particular, since both countries have new governments this year, the embassy will play a bridging role to realize the meetings between the new leadership of Korea and Italy as early as possible. Secondly, we are also making efforts to annualize the strategic dialogue, which was firstly held in 2020 between vice foreign ministers of Korea and Italy. The first strategic dialogue was held in a video format due to the COVID-19 situation 2 years ago. As soon as Italy's new government is launched within weeks, the embassy hopes to realize the second strategic dialogue as early as possible between the two vice foreign ministers. Thirdly, we are promoting public diplomacy. In order to enhance the awareness of Korea among Italy's opinion leaders, we are cooperating a seminar or forum with the topic of Korea. Today's forum is also a part of public diplomacy, which have been conducted by our embassy. My briefing stops here. My embassy colleagues will continue to introduce what the embassy has been doing at the next sessions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Pak. I'm gonna now leave the floor to Professor Kim, please.
First? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my PPT It's ready? Okay. Okay. I have only 7 to 8 minutes. My contribution today might be some personal reflection as to how new administration Yoon Suk-yeol have in mind regarding foreign policy instrument, and what might be the something new compared to former administrations, and then some specific ideas of to promote between bilateral relations between Italy and Korea. But from my understanding, not only bilateral, but since 2018, we have accomplished this so-called strategic partnership. I think strategic partnership lies more in collaboration in regional and global dimension. If not realized and in that areas, I think that is not really strategic. So that I want to emphasize for today. And lastly, I want to introduce some of my activities, what we do in Korea to promote bilateral relations between Korea and Italy. Some technical difficulties. Let me spare 1 minute, okay? Can I control or? Okay, that my topic is Korea's foreign policy under the new administration and consolidating strategic partnership with Italy. First of all, I have put 3 logos. This I should introduce because first one is our university. In the middle, the center I'm learning, the Hoops Jangmoneh Center of Excellence, funded by Brussels. So for more than 10 years, I'm learning this EU center in Korea. As of now, in Korea, we have only 4 centers, ours and Seoul National, Yonsei and Korea universities. Before, there were also Busan National University and Yeongnam, but all they are closed recently. And last one is more recent institution established last September, less than a year. This I will tell you much later. Somehow that is the Interdisciplinary Center for Italian Studies in Korea to promote bilateral relations. Content, intro, foreign policy of new presidency, consolidating strategic partnership with Italy, and conclusion. You might know, already 138 years, but there are some skip because of Japanese colonial rule. We reopened back in 1956, our new diplomatic relations. Interesting to know is that also Ambassador Ferrucci pointed out that Korea-EU FTA implemented 2011, I think contributed a lot for this economic relations. I think that Germany and Italy in particular more benefited for this new agreement. More recently, 2018, when Moon Jae-in president came to Rome, we had this strategic partnership. This table I made personally, very interesting. During the past 2 decades, how Korean successive administration presented foreign policy. They say that every 5 years, change of the government in Korea, therefore change everything. But I think quite differently. If you look over this table more carefully, you see some evolutionary upgrading, even though conservative liberal government put some focuses on specific area. Nevertheless, there have been some evolutionary upgrade. And current administration, Yoon Suk-yeol, as our counselor just introduced, I think the key concept is global pivot state. And then alliance and value diplomacy, regional cooperation, economic security. Indo-Pacific also very new concept because right now Korea is preparing strategy for Indo-Pacific by the end of this year. But interesting to know is that that is prepared by Directorate General of North American Affairs. That's very interesting because by pivotal, we usually mean that more interrelationship with power countries. Otherwise, therefore, Korea, when we do Indo-Pacific, we do not do alone, going to Indian Ocean and further. No? So in relation to Washington, that is our idea. And regarding also Indo-Pacific again, recently our Foreign Minister Park Jin, 2 weeks ago, we had a Jeju forum, and he presented his idea as a concrete remark. He emphasized that by Indo-Pacific, more emphasis given to cooperation with ASEAN. In that regard, the former administration Moon Jae-in presented so-called New Southern policy, giving more emphasis given to India and ASEAN. I think that is Indo-Pacific version is more upgrade version of NSP plus. That is my understanding. Yeah. And regarding Europe in general, partner for value diplomacy. Yeah, that is true. Therefore, Italy is a member of the European Union. I think, therefore, quite agree with that general guidelines. This is already introduced. Network building. Also interesting is that this time, current administration put more focus on ASEAN, Europe, and Indo-Pacific. Therefore, other areas is not really secondary, but some minor relevance compared to this Europe, ASEAN, and Indo-Pacific. So I'm studying Italy and Europe. That's quite good news to us, or academic community. And economic security, because of this global supply chain is really in trouble. So recently also the Italian ambassador to Korea, Federico Faila, told me that we are going to have some conference regarding some rare materials in this autumn. Yeah, that's quite important. Yeah. And global people state. Yeah. So I think somehow our base of axis of our relation going to Korea, US, Japan cooperation is baseline. And then how to do some hedging, utilizing relations with Europe and Italy and others. Interesting to know is that recently, even in terms of security and military cooperation, Korea had some attention since we are exporting some arms to Poland and Australia. Therefore, even some might even preparing some assumption like K military and top 10 in the world, therefore could be a major league in terms of arms sale, Korea, to be in the years to come. Now skip this. So again, looking over this new administration policy, I found more continuity in evolutionary upgrading rather than total break with the past. Yeah, that's my understanding. This is a little bit of the history of Korea-EU Forum. When there was a 100th anniversary back in 1984, there was a conference at my university to commemorate. 2 from Italy came to our university from Oriental University of Naples and Ismail. And 110th, the Korean Society of Contemporary European Studies together with Italian Embassy, we had another conference there. And finally, when commemorating 120th, we had more official 1.5 track diplomacy, that is Korea-Italy Forum, here in Rome, the historic Villa Madama. There was a conference, and in the conclusive remark, then Foreign Minister Franco Frattini delivered a special mention for this special meeting. And then we followed some forum in Seoul, Milan, and Daegu, and Rome. But the last one is by the Korean embassy in Rome when Ambassador Kwon was there 3 years ago. But unfortunately, this is stopped as of now because of diverse reasons, because of Korea Foundation is less will, and also from Italian Foreign Ministry is not strong will to deliver this forum. Therefore, I want sooner or later back again this forum. So I mentioned here, Korea is a defense major league or K arsenal. It's very interesting. That is I borrowed from my colleague who is helping current administration in terms of foreign policy. So again, foreign strategic partnership with Italy lies not only bilateral, but more in regional and global dimension. This we have to discuss today. I know that traditionally Italian foreign policy more lies in the areas of European matters and transatlantic relations and Mediterranean. And for Korea, the so-called four major power regarding Korean Peninsula, I mean Washington, Tokyo, Beijing, and Moscow. But we are now going to much extend our horizon to other areas. Yeah, that is quite something new in this administration. So why not collaborating together regarding the ASEAN matters in terms of capacity building in those areas? I think quite interesting to develop. This is 3 years ago agenda. Why I'm presenting here? Because I myself presented one paper in the first session. So consolidating again Korea-Italy relationship. And that paper I developed more, published in the ever first Lautrich Handbook of Korea-Europe Relations, published last year. I contributed to bilateral relations. So only 3 countries, Germany, France, and Italy. So I contributed, upgraded my paper there. So in the conclusion, I mentioned here to improve perspective, we need some institutional setting, in particular in academia. So in Korea, why not introduce Center for Italian Studies? Why not in Italy, some strategic center for Korean studies? That was my proposal. And I realized I kept my promise. So last December, I opened in my university the so-called Centro Interdisciplinare di Studi Italiani in Korea, CISIC. This is logo. Our program, this is wrote in Italian. Structure organigramma, myself director. Still Italian. Scusatevi. So this is the launching ceremony of our center, attending president of our university, an Italian ambassador Federico Failla, myself, and the director of the Italian Cultural Institute, also president of the Italian Chamber of Commerce Korea, Francesco Fussi. In that way, we launched also Italian job program to facilitating, helping Korean students to having some experience in Italian company in Seoul area. Yeah. That is, we call Italian job. It's not negative meaning, Italian job, yeah, quite positive meaning. And this is the reception there. Yeah, this is the room our center is located, main building, 6th floor, and our, yeah. And appeared on the Korea Jungang Daily in the English newspaper, our opening ceremony. And then first ever event of our center was a book talk of my book recently wrote, entitled with Contemporary Italian Politics. This is about 400 pages. I dealt with from the unification to the 2018 election, all the political election I analyzed. I think quite later. I should translate into Italian. And that was a book talk ceremony. Yeah, small, we celebrated this as a. Yeah, this is another endeavor. There was always Korea-Italy Friendship Association, existed for more than 2 decades, but recently relaunching this event was happened here. I was in the front line, and this is our logo I put here. Yeah. So many thankful the CEO of SK Network, CEO President, Che Shin-won. He supports us, our Center for Italian Studies. So I do expect more to come and inviting all of you to Seoul with this money in due time. Yeah. So my conclusion, yeah, we are like-minded in the natural partner. Growing volume of trade and economic security cooperation, more than 10 billion. And concerns for emerging securities, yeah, those digital, cyber, and health security should be more carefully studied. And again, defense cooperation is also very much promising. probably we maybe compete each other sometime and also cooperate each other. And institutional setting, summit meeting, also Councillor just mentioned that, also Italian government will be sooner or later, then strategic dialogue by vice minister level, I do hope. And also why not summit meeting between new Prime Minister of Italy and our President. And I do hope sooner or later in Rome to open strategic center for Italian studies. If there is a problem, I will be in your hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kim, not only for your valuable presentation, but also, I mean, for your lifelong effort in trying to move forward the relationship between our two countries. I also have a lot of questions. I think that I would like them to ask even the other panelists what's their take on the continuity that you said that you see in the foreign policy of basically the last 5 or 6, yes, 2 decades. I'm gonna now leave the floor to Francesca.
Thank you, Lorenzo. And I'd like to express my deep gratitude to the Embassy of the Republic of Korea and YAI for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and to share the panel with such distinguished scholars. So I will share some of Professor Kim's remarks about continuity, and I will try to reflect upon the issues concerning how Korea and Europe, in particular Italy, are navigating this renewed polarization. And so as Korea and Europe try to deal with renewed polarization, I think that efforts to diversify partnership and thus enhance the bilateral relations, in this case with Italy, become very critical to gain flexibility in each other's foreign policy. And both Korea and many European countries have been on the receiving end of Chinese economic coercion, but no single country can approach and frame US-China strategic rivalry as a binary choice, because no single EU member country, including also Korea, cannot confront China and contest China the way the US does. This means that while Korea and Europe share the need to nurture greater alignment with the US administration in many issue areas, they also share some wariness and a cautious approach about the risks of being trapped into policy initiatives that sometimes are not in their best interest. So diversifying efforts and partnerships is vital, especially for South Korea, I think, because we've seen that historically it is when Seoul gets further afield from the highly contested East Asian environments that Korea might have more control in its foreign policy. So the Yoon administration pledges to expand security and economic relations, while making crystal clear that the US-ROK alliance is the pillar, is the backbone of Korean foreign and security policy. Still, its pledges stand in continuity with its predecessors, as Professor Kim was mentioning. And this further corroborates the arguments that both progressive and conservative administrations in recent decades have shared more similarities than differences in the realm of foreign policy, regardless of the often mentioned constraints in terms of continuity, in terms of consistency, stemming from this 5-year non-renewable presidential term. Actually, this makes domestic politics more prone to be victim of partisanship. But in terms of foreign policy, slight differences have emerged. To quote also, for example, David Kang, recent remarks, divergences might appear at the rhetorical or performative level, but these have not been substantive shifts in my regard. And the areas that the UNSOCIAL presidency is going to prioritize in its relations with the EU, as our today's agenda reflects, are climate change, of course, supply chain resilience, new technology, and security, which encompasses human security, so security from a broader perspective. And these choices overlap with the traditional issue areas or niche areas that for decades South Korean governments have promoted and that have been associated with Korea's ambitions to, as we say, punch above its weight by leveraging an advantage that Korea thinks to have over other middle powers. And the rationale behind these has been to improve the country's international standing and reputation and to show some leadership in these niche areas. And in doing so, again, carving out greater flexibility, greater autonomy in its foreign policy. And I would like to just focus on the security dimension and security opportunities for relations with between the ROK and specific EU member states, including Italy. So a major trend, as Professor was mentioning, has been Korea's ratcheting up its security engagement with NATO member countries through lucrative arms and defense procurement deals. South Korea is the world's 8th largest exporter of weapons, and at the time when the international and regional framework and security environments have been in flux, the Moon Jae-in administration leveraged high defense budgets to develop more homegrown capabilities, including securing more procurement deals. And it can be reasonably expected that this trend will not slow down under the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. President Yoon already set out the goal of joining the big four suppliers of military systems and weapon systems. And even though before leaving office, Moon secured very important deals with Indo-Pacific countries or countries in the Middle East, I think that it is in Europe that Korean defense industries are expected to see the biggest returns in these fields. We saw that during the NATO summit, President Yoon sought to, let's say, burnish Korea's credentials as a leader in international security matters and holding meetings with leaders from Central and Eastern Europe to hash out new arms deals. So South Korea has sought to bolster its presence in what is regarded as a highly fragmented European defense industrial landscape. That following Russia's aggression to Ukraine has engaged in reassessments of its defense policies, defense visions, and has engaged in a multi-year process to backfill arms transfers to Ukraine. So the war has shown that the existing defense system procurement based on traditional Western and US suppliers is facing severe constraints in terms of capacity and resiliency. And so South Korea is trying to position itself in this landscape. Much ink has already been spilled on Korea's milestone agreements, as the one Professor Kim was mentioning with Poland of this summer. And these procurement deals feed into the current ambitions of the government to play a global pivotal role, as the Councillor was presenting us. So just to conclude, Pundits, observers, career watchers have argued about the merits as well as the shortcomings of Korea's official policy of not offering lethal aid to Ukraine, but by providing military support to US frontline allies, South Korea might have found a workaround to support also from the military point of view the Ukrainian resistance. It rests to be seen whether this policy choice will be enough to bolster Korea credentials vis-a-vis NATO, for example, and perhaps garner and obtain greater support from EU member countries should Seoul becomes the target again of Chinese coercion in the future. A positive development was announced this week. NATO accepted the Republic of Korea request to establish its mission to NATO within the Korean embassy and mission to the EU. So this is a very important development that bodes well with the overall ambition to strengthen relations between the ROK and NATO and European member countries as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Francesca. I also will have a lot of questions for you, especially, I mean, with this last part on this indirect support of South Korea to Ukraine. Last but not least, we have Professor Ha-Won Jun. Can I leave the floor to you, please?
Okay. Hi, Lorenzo. Hello. It is a great honor to be invited by EIE and the Korean Embassy. I should say that this is my third involvement with the EI event this year, and I'm very happy to see this active cooperation between the two institutions. And I should start my presentation to emphasize that what I'm saying today is totally belongs to my individual perspectives, not representing the governments or my institute. Since the counselor, Professor Kim and Dr. Francinetti explained the general framework of the Korea-EU relations, the Korea-Italy relations, and the Yoon Suk-yeol government's foreign policy, I tried to be more, provocative, to be both cynical and optimistic at the same time about the relations and what can be done between the Korea and the Italy in the framework of Korea and the Europe and in the Pacific in general. I think I should start what is Italy for Korea in strategic terms. In positive light, especially I'm focusing on when Korea tried to write this Indo-Pacific strategy paper, as explained by Professor Kim. So let's assume that I'm called for the meeting at my headquarters on Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, and in the position to defend why Italy should be in important country as a partner in our Indo-Pacific. The starting point would be that I would point out, well, Italy has already presented its own Indo-Pacific strategy paper, and then I could elaborate that. Then I would say that Italy is a key country in the EU and also in NATO. Yeah, because Italy, especially in NATO, is a key neighbor power to govern the Mediterranean as well. But I would also say that that Italy is not a Quad country. It's not a AUKUS country. It doesn't have a five powers agreement like UK. It's not Five Eyes country like UK. It doesn't have a France agreement like France either. But why? Then people would say, why haven't then do you think Italy should be our key Indo-Pacific partners? I would say three things. First, Italy has its unique perspective, which I think already mentioned by Professor Kim and also Dr. Francinetti, that it is good position to observe what's going on in its region. And secondly, and Korea has a similar position vis-a-vis China and Russia, and Japan, I would say the least. And secondly, more important part is that Italy and Korea has a similar challenges in developing its role in its regional security, and also go beyond their role in regional security. Many people would assume that South Korea is focusing only on North Korea threats, but I would put it in different light. Yes, it is our most important security and defense challenges, but in different way. To North Korea's security threat, we are at the front line of entire Northeast Asia and the entire East Asia. So we are not just defending ourselves. We are trying to maintain the stability in the region vis-a-vis North Korea. Italy, I think, has a similar role as well. Italy, yes, it has its own national defense rules, but also it is patrolling Mediterranean and then defend, especially in the sea, the entire Europe. So Italy and Korea share similar roles and similar status in their respective regional security. And with this increasing tensions between China and the US, and also the war, Russia and Ukraine war, the security situations in both regions are deteriorating. And we are asked, especially our key ally, the US, for two things. On one hand, US wants Italy and also other European allies to do more burden sharing in their own European security. Same applies to Korea in our own region as well. Secondly, the US wants us more beyond our own region in Indo-Pacific for European case, and for European security in Korea's case. Not just sending directly troops, but in different ways, including selling our weapons and cybersecurity corporations, things like that. But there is a risk for us. Even Italian government and Korean government want to do further. There are three risks. First, our region is unstable and getting more and more unstable over time. So we are stuck to our own problems. Secondly, inflations would make it difficult to strengthen our defense. Already, Professor Kim mentioned about increasing defense budgets, both in Italy and Korea, and both governments want to do more. But on the other hand, all these inflations and the increasing living cost and also energy cost to make it more and more difficult for us to set the money for our defense budget. So that's our challenges we share. How can we do together? I think we are already doing a lot. The first one is our defense cooperation. Many people mentioning how Korea is selling its weapons. But I would mention already Italian defense companies, it has been contributing to our security, our defense capabilities. Although it hasn't realized yet, Fincantieri is one of the key foreign partners for our development of aircraft carrier. Already realized is an Italian company, Leonardo. It has a contract with our military to sell its helicopters or maritime helicopters. So this is one of the few cases we have already helping each other to increase our defense. More strategic terms, NATO AP4 already mentions, and then also US and the European Union is cooperating clearly on TTC, Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, which could have implication for our industries in Europe as well. And then also US and EU has EU-US-China dialogue. in all this, Italy is one of the key, I would say, pivotal country in this dialogue. So using this status as a pivotal country, Italy could provide its own unique perspectives, and which could show what kind of things Korea could do in its own regional problems. Going further, I think in the Pacific, we have other challenges and then and then also other opportunities we could share. I think we should resist the demand or temptation to limit ourselves in our regions, which I have already explained. And further, I think to persuade and then to enhance our cooperation, I think we should face the cognitive obstacles for our cooperation. Meaning, as I told in the beginning, that rather focusing on what Italy is not in the Pacific than focusing on what Italy is in the Pacific. That will be on what we have to do, and already we are doing it in this dialogue. Finally, I think there are many areas we could cooperate, but I think although it's not immediate future, but most important future. One of the most important future agenda will be neighbor cooperation in different ways. I have already mentioned, I think, Cantieri and Leonardo, and then also Italy has been one of the key countries in Operation Atalanta, which Korea has already contributed. But there are a lot of things we could do, like joint exercises, military development, R&D, and joint training, things like that, which we could teach each other's seas. I will stop here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Awon. Two things that I would like to mention. First of all, as already said by Awon, IAI and IFENS signed memorandum of understanding in April this year. So I'm really glad. I would like to let you know this, because as our cooperation is strengthening, and I think that this is another yet small bricks that can build this bridge between the two countries. And the second thing is that you all mentioned the Indo-Pacific as a possible field on which Italy and European countries can meet with the Republic of Korea for not only military but also economic cooperation. And this is really interesting. In June this year, together with Giulio Pugliese, and actually he was the mastermind behind the project, we organized a very interesting track 1.5 dialogue among that involved personnel from the Italian Navy, South Korean Navy, and the Japanese Navy. And it was really, really interesting to debate with them for a whole day. But the thing, and this maybe we can start from here, because I think that this might be a common thread that links all of your presentation, which focused a lot, and this is really interesting, on the military level. And it's strange. I mean, we are two countries. I mean, yesterday there was this great debate because I considered them both middle powers. Okay, this was this debate even with our fellows from the embassy. But this, of course, is my perspective. So in considering even Italy now, unfortunately, middle power, in terms of the kind of the strategic projection that both our countries have in terms of global and regional outreach. And it's interesting because, as I was saying, it's interesting that you all mentioned the military field, because it could be potentially be one of the field on which we can build up this relationship. But it seems to me that it's more related to the economic side rather than the political side. So is it just a matter of economics, or there's actually a political will to build or move forward this relationship? And I say that even in terms of political and diplomatic projection. So our interest and our cooperation, for example, in the Indo-Pacific, it's going to be just an economic partnership in the military sector, or we will find some room for cooperation because we actually have political interests that overlaps in the area. This is my first question to all of you, and just to add another thing is that I do share, I mean, this idea that the Indo-Pacific could be really a pivotal thing, let's say, in bilateral relations. Because I mean, last year, the European Union released the Indo-Pacific strategy, and Italy actually released its own position paper on the matter. The thing is that now with with Russian aggression and invasion of Ukraine, a lot of people in Brussels are saying that this whole project is doomed. So yes, we have the potential on one side, and I would like to know from you if it's just a matter of economic or even politics, and on the other side, would you bet on cooperation between, let's say, Europe and of course even Italy and the Republic of Korea in the Indo-Pacific, if now, especially at the European level, we have the war that is basically in our backyard. We can start with Professor Kim.
Thank you. You have many questions. Well, let me reflect briefly to the questions given. Yes, initially, those military corporations or sending frigate and other ships to this area from some EU member state, I think that was the reason behind a kind of freedom of navigation, because Malacca, those sea lane is quite important for European commercial interest. I think that was the beginning. But as time goes by, and also a worsening of this strategic competition in a certain sense, and thereby even Germany sent a frigate, but with very shyness. I know this with permission of Chinese government and others. But 2 weeks ago in Jeju Forum, I invited also Dutch ambassador in Seoul. She told me that even Netherlands considering send some frigate to this area. No? That is quite interesting development recently. Not really doing concrete thing at once, but I think that is a little bit changing our mindset regarding this turbulent, in a certain sense, tectonic global change we are confronting as of now. Therefore, I think that is again evolutionary movement, and we know that with European Union, this crisis management, we sent a battleship in this area against the piracy of Somalia. That was a quite successful operation and continuing. And thereby, yes, European observers in Seoul, I mean the diplomats from EU member state, they are telling us that, yes, until recently, Koreans and Korean diplomats were very shy to say something. We are not yet prepared to do something. But all of a sudden, I'm not sure, but somehow there are some changes in this mood. And when our Foreign Minister Park Jin delivered his speech in front of the Jeju Forum, many European observers told me that now Korea deliver message finally. That is very interesting to know. And regarding export of some arms to Europe and others, I do not think so. We Koreans are really merchant. I don't think so in that way. We feel very helpful and very pleasure to be helpful to others' need or necessity. That is our mindset. Thereby, that is our spirit of cooperation. And one thing more is that current administration somehow basic idea is deterrence and engagement and diplomacy. Therefore, rather than more aggressive behavior toward conflict in many places, we want to be more deter. That same applies to North Korean nuclear program, how to deter, utilizing diverse allies forces combined together. Yeah, that is my understanding. Therefore, somehow something is ongoing, and that we are very interesting to follow. That's my answer. What else?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So what I could add in terms of what Professor Kim already said and Haewon said, well, the linkages between the two theaters and the interdependencies were already very clear even before the war in Ukraine, because the reason why a lot of European member countries and the EU devised an Indo-Pacific strategy is because from stability in the Indo-Pacific region depends our prosperity. So from the freedom of navigation in the sea lanes of communication in the Pacific depends our prosperity, our supply of energy, trade and commerce. So these very close connection and dependency was very much clear even before. And in terms of South Korea's engagement in security issues as a way to strengthen maybe its relations with Europe, I think that it is very important for middle powers, and these can surely apply to Italy, the issue of reputation, because unlike great and small powers, middle powers cannot have a say on every single issue, and so their status is very much fluid, and they should really pay attention to reputation, and these can be attained with a consistent use of public diplomacy, because the status might change, and these procurement deals are a way to present Korea as a reliable, trustworthy partner and interlocutor to Europeans, to NATO, but it can also present some risks from the European perspective, because and I'm talking about the repercussions and the implications of these deals with European countries that Korea has secured. For example, let's take Poland. The Polish have shown that they have decided to put much of their security in Koreans' hands. So they have chosen to rely on non-European suppliers. And in addition to the Americans, they have chosen South Koreans. But we should always remember that these defense procurement industry presents some risks. These are defense strategic partnerships that might be tricky. It's not just selling cars and electronic devices. So you should always nurture constantly the bilateral relation. But from the perspective of the European defense industry, it might be risky, the fact that more countries turn to non-European countries, because in the absence of a common approach from European industry, the fact that newcomers in this industry, Israel, South Korea, Turkey, show up, it might present some hurdles in terms of the resiliency of the logistical supply chain for the European industry. So this is a way for, yes, Korea present itself as a trustworthy partner, and it might hold very good and good opportunities to strengthen relations, but it can also be welcomed with cold shoulders from European industrial sectors.
I would second this before leaving the floor to Iwon, because I want to add just another little piece, and maybe Iwon can jump in on this, because I mean, there's this tendency in the current administration in Washington to promote a lot of new multilateral initiatives, and both Italy and European countries and South Korea, we found ourselves involved in this kind of initiatives. And some of them, I mean, are directly, their direct purpose is to reinforce the cooperation among like-minded countries. But besides that, I mean, they have, their target well rooted in their mind, which is basically China. And I think that's another thing, but maybe Iwon can help us with this, is that besides bilateral cooperation, we are in this new multilateral fora, but I mean, we do not fully agree, with the framework of these new US-led initiatives. So we found ourselves a little bit constrained and intertwined inside these kind of initiatives that for example, for both Italy and South Korea are probably a little bit too aggressive, let's say. Iwon, do you want to comment on this? And even
I think I can add up all these comments. I think first on China, yes. Well, I don't think that there is any country in the world who would say their policy on China is exactly identical to US. They cannot make it that way because they are not as big as US and they are not as powerful as US. So there is always caveat for any country to have developed their own China policy under the circumstances. That's one thing. Secondly, yes, US, I think about 3 weeks ago, we had some US officials coming to our institute and talk about US alliance, Biden administration's alliance policy. And to say bluntly, basically what they say is that, well, US would never force any allies to participate in their any multilateral or semi-multilateral forums or anything. Is up to their US allies to choose which one they want to cooperate. But on the other hand, I was listening to that, I was thinking that, well, that's true. But on the other hand, sometimes it's kind of complicating to distinguish being forced and being persuaded. So that's another point. And thirdly, in these circumstances, although even when US gave us, meaning the US allies in the world, to choose, I think if we are not entirely happy with the following entirely the US lead, I think that's why I think European Union came up with Indo-Pacific strategy and the Nishiwa as well. So it's one of the, and then also Korea is developing its Indo-Pacific strategy, meaning that we don't have to have US in our multilateral cooperation all the time. We could have it without US. For instance, sorry to go for security and defense matter again, but think about Japan, which is holding joint exercises with France or UK, things like that. So that's one of the example which Japan pursues its own security interest, although it's very similar to US in Indo-Pacific, but still try to diversify, which Francesca already mentioned, pointed out. And why did we three presenters talk about military issues out of a sudden? I think, yeah, maybe I'm not very diplomatic in this panel today. I would say this. In Korea, purely economic partner is never taking political center stage in Korean politics. To regard it as important, I'm not saying actually important. I mean, Europe is already very important for us, but in politically important, you should have security dimensions. But before, in the Pacific, and also before the war in Ukraine, Europe has been regarded as just a purely economic partner, although we talk about all these strategic partnerships with a lot of countries. So, but in the Pacific, and especially these defense corporations, has changed the perspectives. I think that's very important because at the end, as we have seen our elections respectively, you cannot do anything without public support. So this is an important way to support, increase public's interest in our bilateral or multilateral cooperation. And the more practically, I think what we do at the moment in security and military fields may not be very highlighted because it's not big scale, except our selling a lot of weapons in Poland. But on the other hand, I think this is basis. Recently, I talked to Korean Navy people, and then they are like continuous effort to obtain lightweight aircraft carriers. And then they said interesting thing. Yes, they may not have this administration, but they will try again and again, because in 10 or 15 years time, we definitely need it. That's why they try more and more and more, even though there's a setbacks. So I think that applies to our security cooperation between the two countries as well. And already action is being done, as I mentioned, like I think Anti-Air and Leonardo, things like that. And then also, I want to point out that with this global change, no country makes everything in their own country when they make such a complicating machines, weaponries. So I think there are certainly rooms for Europeans and Koreans cooperate together in defense R&Ds. And then I should point out that we have already invested a lot in technological sector in Europe with Samsung's R&D centers, although they are not doing the military equipments, but they are all, I mean, like AI, things like that, they are all, like a basic technologies we have. And finally, are we selling weapons just for money without thinking about contributing to European security? I wouldn't say that, because when we have a deal with Poland, there's debate, maybe not shown in newspapers that much in Korea, but there's certainly debate. And what is this selling our weapons Poland as the implication for Russia-Korea relations? And then there are some people, I don't think our ministry or our government has hesitated a second at all. But I think that there are some people who argue that we should never do it, but we have done it. So maybe we are arguing and we are advertising the economic gains, but I would just emphasize that in our heart, certainly European security was there. I will stop here.
Thank you. We have a comment from Professor Kim, and then.
Yeah, rather than comment, I want to briefly mentioning, let's go back to theory rather than practice. As you might know, during the Cold War, there was a bipolarity. Post-Cold War era was unipolarity. After 2010, we are witnessing multipolar world. I think under that system, might Korea and Europe have more room to play. But Russian aggression to Ukraine make this multipolarity a little bit ruining. That's very sad for me. Therefore, how to regain multipolar, because Russia themselves want this multipolarity, but when they attack Ukraine, they are really ruining this concept. Therefore, how to restore that multipolarity in terms of IR theory is very interesting to study. And in that way, we can make some room for Korea and Italy as middle power might play. Yeah, thank you.
And I refrain myself from asking whether you think that, no, I'm not refraining myself, of course, if you think that, I mean, this multipolarity is going to stay, or we will shift toward to bounded orders. But I'm refraining myself from asking you this. Francesca, please.
Just two things that Hewon stressed. For example, related to the point I was making about trustworthy, actually Russia warned South Korea against selling weapons to Central and European countries. But South Korea moved forward and proved that it can stand up to pressures in spite of criticism that maybe Korea at the beginning didn't do enough. It should be stressed that in this case, it has shown that it can stand pressures, and it decided to move forward and to support US allies at the front line. And also another important thing, but it would be very hard to do the same with regard to China, and because in that relation holds a very different set of constraints for South Korea. But in the case of Russia, it has taken a position and it has exposed itself. And another important thing that he once stressed is the salience of public opinion. And we should also remember that in the last few years, within South Korean public opinion and across the political spectrum, feelings and perspectives towards the Chinese leadership have turned really negative. And this might provide also a point of convergence to, as we were saying, to enhance cooperation with like-minded partners in Europe, but also to maybe improve relations with Japan after a very troubling couple of years. On the other hand, the fact that, for example, the current president won with a very, very small margin might create some limitations in how the government sells its policy to the public. So that effort will be very critical. And again, here public diplomacy, but towards the domestic public, not only foreign publics, will be critical to garner support also from within the country.
Thank you, Francesca. I don't know if Iwan has any comment. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor. I mean, we are very short on time, but I'm going to open the floor. But I would ask the audience to, I mean, and those who want to raise some question to be very, very brief, please. First, the ambassador. Yeah, thank you.
As former ambassador to the Republic of Korea and senior advisor to Istituto Affari Internazionali, of course, I want to welcome this event. Having said that, the question that I would like to pose is the following. I think that Italy and the Republic of Korea are more and more in the same boat, especially with regard to relations vis-a-vis Russia. The fact that President Yoon participated in the NATO summit and the opening of a mission in NATO is, I think, very meaningful. But how far does this cooperation, how far can this cooperation go? Is the Republic of Korea implementing sanctions, costly sanctions to Russia? Does it or is it ready to send weapons to Ukraine? This is one question that I wanted to ask you. The second is, the word DPRK has not been mentioned so far, and this is, I think, meaningful. Just one probably technical question to the Korean speaker. I noticed that speaking of continuity, the term denuclearization of the Korean peninsula has changed into denuclearization of North Korea. Does this have, is it only semantic or it has some other meaning? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your question. We have another question from the audience. And we also received a question from our audience online. I would like to thank Arianna Piccolo. But the question, addressed the military cooperation between Europe and South Korea, and I think that we already discussed plenty of the topic. Please.
Several times was indicated that one of the strategic line is the global player. Can you deepen a little bit more about this concept? Which are the specific priorities? Mainly if you like to identify other area, not the obvious about NATO defense or Europe of cooperation opportunities. So global player, but in which direction and with respect to which areas?
Thank you. I think we could start from I1. Anyone has another question from the audience? I'm gonna collect one more. No, okay. I1, please.
Yes, I think probably our political counselor, Ms. Park, may have a more official line about those questions on like Ukraine and then also North Korea. But I try to give my personal opinion. I think first, as far as I understand that, we don't have any plans to send our weapons to Ukraine yet. Yeah, I would say yet because we don't know the future. And at the moment, we don't have it because as Francesca mentioned, even sending troops, weapons to Poland was kind of intimidating in our psychology to a certain extent. So, and then also Russia showed their displeasure. So maybe our priority would stop in Poland, not for the Ukraine. And I think we would, because there is a talk that maybe in that, if we send weapons to Ukraine, then Russia would send more weapons to North Korea as well. So we have to think about our own security vis-a-vis North Korea. That's the reasons why we don't consider sending weapons to Ukraine at the moment. And secondly, I haven't, Ambassador, thank you for the comment. I haven't actually realized that we changed the wordings, but I don't know if it is official line, but I would say that I would point out the obvious. First, South Korea doesn't have nuclear weapons. So I think when we want to emphasize, we are not the ones which has nuclear weapons, and then North Korea is the problem. I think we could say that. Another way of having this different expressions is that I don't think it's official line of our government, but there's always talk that maybe at the end South Korea should have nuclear weapons when North Korea has already has, and when Japan is considering as well. So I think no military option is indefinite. So I think that's one of the ways to express things. Global player, to be honest, I have heard different versions over 5 administrations now. And I think so far, when South Korea talks about global players, I think that they are generally, not just the administration, I think that they mean 2 things. One is globally, realizing our interest, whatever they are. And secondly, I think most organizations considering contributing to global issues, usually like it could be climate change, it could be cybersecurity, it could be development. It depends on the administration. About this specific administration, I think that they mentions about climate change and cybersecurity, and then I think economic security, especially supply chains. I think they are still, I think, focusing on those areas so far. But I think we have to wait until they have their national security strategy, which will be published probably at the similar time as our Indo-Pacific strategy. It is under discussion.
Thank you, Juan. Let's go first with Francesca.
Yes. So I could address Ambassador's surprise in terms of the absence of North Korea from this discussion. And I think it reflects also another striking thing that we observed, for example, in the speech that President Yoon Suk-yeol delivered to the General Assembly at the United Nations. North Korea was absent in the speech, and it was very striking, very new, because it was the first time for a South Korean president not to mention North Korea. But I think that it reflects the current administration's willingness to, yes, acknowledge the threat from North Korea, but not always being associated with the North Korean issue, and so try to present itself as an international and pivotal player that is not always linked to the North Korean issue. And we haven't talked about this audacious initiative and how and what could be, if any, the role of secondary players in this audacious initiative, namely Europe. Because even though right now the situation looks really dim in terms of reaching out to North Korea, because North Korea has shown to be very unresponsive to the US and ROK efforts to reach out for dialogue. But in the past, Europe has played a very important role as a facilitator. And again, we've often mentioned during this discussion the 1.5 track dialogue. And actually in 2017, in 2019, the European think tanks and some European foreign ministries played a facilitating role to allow the Trump administration and the DPRK delegation to have their first semi-official contacts that led to the Trump and Kim summits. So again, I'm wondering whether, and this is a question that I pose to the representatives from the embassy, if Seoul plans to discuss the audacious initiative with also secondary players, in this case European member countries, in order to maybe play a new role once North Korea is ready to talk. And I'm thinking about food and humanitarian assistance as an entry point, because that is it doesn't have any strings attached, and it doesn't depend on the political relations. So yes, I think that when South Korea and the US discuss about North Korea policy, it might be an advantage point to also include other secondary players as Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Regarding nuclear issue, I'm not really expert on this area, but regarding audacious plan of this administration is, yes, basically critical engagement, but it's not really give up everything for North Korea, then we have, no, that is not. Just expressing some idea, then might South Korea provide some helpful means to North Korea. That is what I understood from this administration. Just one thing regarding Ukraine. Last Monday, 19, the 17 European parliamentarians came to Seoul. Thereby, at the EU residence, we had a reception meeting. And there are also many European ambassadors, including also Ukrainian ambassador. I talked to him some 10 minutes, but he was not really sad about why not South Korea provide arms to. No, I don't think that's the issue. Issue is that he told me that Zelensky government wanting from South Korea, once finish the war, we need reconstruction. Then the Ukrainian government asked to South Korea to engage one city or one provincial area, totally engage. That is what Ukrainian government wanting to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Fortunately, we are already ahead of time, so pretty sure that you, as me, you have other questions for the audience. Just one final remark. I have to say it was a strange session, and because I has organized a lot of conferences on Italy, Europe, Korea relations. But it seems to me that we are really leaving the spirit of our time, because we have talked a lot about military cooperation, which is something that I have to say.
Now, Korea deliver messages.
Yeah, no, and I have to say that it really speaks for the time that we are living in. Before opening to the coffee break, we are gonna reconvene here at 11:50. Please join me in a round of applause for all our speakers.
Thank you. This is going to be a logistical matter. I invite the speakers for the panel to come to the panel, those in the flesh and bones. Also, some procedural matters. We will dedicate the first part of the economic and scientific panel, so to speak, to those who are focusing on economic matters. And then, last but not least, by any means, we will have Professor Canganella. And we will we will have a pitch from the economic counselor of the Republic of Korea Embassy, and then responses, of course, from first and foremost from Mrs. Hong, who is a cultural representative in Milan. And then we will give the word to Ferdinando Guelli, who is the responsible at the Italian trade agency in Seoul. And then, last but by no means least, from the economic side of the equation, we will have Yonga Hong from the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency. We had it, and then the Tae-hyun Ho from Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, which should be online. So at the very end of this composite panel, we will have a window on the scientific cooperation between Italy and the Republic of Korea from Professor Francesco Canganella, who is a titular professor at the University of Tuscia, who has a PhD in microbial ecology, and who has been longtime counselor, a scientific counselor at the Italian Embassy in Seoul. As we have seen from the previous panel, there has been lots of talk about also military cooperation, which has, of course, I imagine, also economic implications. Oddly enough, as mentioned by Professor Kim, the K Arsenal brand could also fit with the soft power panel. Hard power for the use of soft power. It's going to be an interesting proposition for our very interesting times. But I am very much looking forward to hear from our distinguished guests, and I invite you all to really limit your pitches to 7 minutes because time is short, to explore not just the potential for win-win cooperation and for first bolstering more Italy-Korea relations, as President Nelly Feroci has mentioned at the beginning of this fascinating conversation, but also to explore the potential limits and competitive dynamics which we need to address also to overcome them. And I think that this is important in the spirit of a frank conversation. So with this in mind, I invite Mr. Yoon from the Republic of Korea Embassy to give us a pitch. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Buongiorno. I'm working for the economic section at the embassy. Actually, I'm newcomer at the embassy. This seminar is my study session, to be honest. And I just hope I can contribute a little bit by introducing what kind of issues the embassy is focusing on these days. Let me begin by our bilateral trade statistics first. Actually, there has been some achievement so far. In the year of 2018, our trade volume exceeded $10 billion. And definitely there was some regression during the COVID situation, but bouncing back to $12 billion in 2021, last year. It was the highest figure as ever. And as well as in quality based, then our trading items has been diversified from raw materials such as fabrics and petrochemicals to automobile and bio healthcare items these days. It's very encouraging. And as well as investment-wise, actually we have around 30 Korean companies based in Italy, mostly in Milan. They just have been, their entry into Italy has been in the format of overseas branch for sales promotion, something like that. But these days, they just converting their investment into diversifying into joint venture. For example, Versalis, Italian company, has been joint venture with Lotte Chemical in Korea, and also in Italy, Korean companies such as POSCO and SEA Steels, they just have some kind of joint venture these days. And actually, having been told in first session, securing global supply chain is very important. COVID crisis and Ukraine war caused some disturbance in global supply chain these days. Korea relies on Italian fabric, and Italy definitely relies on Korean semiconductors, etc. Then we need any kind of strategic dialogue platform. Then we would like to continue in keeping a winning partnership in this area as well. Secondly, with these very increasing figures in mind, the embassy is focusing on to introduce more Italian companies well known to Korea. and my ambassador and economic section staffs these days has been visiting the Italian industrial clusters, starting from aerospace in Fullia in May, and robot clusters in Lombardia, and we will make more visit to hydrogen, bio, and automobile industry in the latter of this year. And actually, I can call this kind of matchmaking by visiting Italian industrial clusters, economic public diplomacy, yeah, because we have some kind of language barriers and we have a different ecosystem. Korea is well known for big conglomerates, so-called 재벌. Meanwhile, Italian is well known for small but very strong companies, and we have to introduce more. And also, the embassy is also working on make some networking between small medium enterprises and startup corporations between our two countries. Next year, the embassy is trying to make any kind of networking event or networking opportunity between these kind of companies. Lastly, we have institutional frameworks for economic cooperation and especially science and technology. In multilateral platform, we have G20, G7 plus, ASEM. These days, healthcare, global health security agenda. We have a common agenda in the international stage, and most importantly, bilaterally, we have science technology agreement. We have signed science technology agreement in 1948. Under the umbrella of agreement, this agreement, we have held joint commission 12 times and had forum 7 times, still going on. Embassy would make every effort to make it regularized in between. And also we have vice ministerial meeting on the industry and energy strategies. This is very important, and also we are working on that. We have Professor Ganganella. Actually, he contributed a lot. This kind of science and technology cooperation happen and continue. And thanks a lot. Looking forward to our panel's very valuable ideas and advices. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Yoon. We will take advantage of the presence in this panel of Mrs. Hong, who is the Director General of Cultura in Milan. And then we will hear from effectively her counterpart in Seoul. And then last but by no means least, on the specific economic part of the section, if you want to pretend there is a divide between the two or a firewall, we will have Mr. Oh, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I have a presentation material that I would like to share while I explain my reflection on this topic. If it's okay? Yes. Okay. In the meanwhile, I would like to present myself. My name is Jung Hong. Thanks for the presentation. And before everything, I would like to thank the Korean Embassy in Rome and EIE for this very nice conference. It's a very good opportunity for me to meet every one of you. I would like to say that I was newly appointed to the Director General of our COTRA office in Milan, and I've been here only just 2 months, so I'm very eager to work in my rest 3 years here in Italy with every institution here in Italy. Okay, before I start, I would like to clarify that my approach is not academic, it's not political, and it's not even diplomatic. It's 100% based on what we see, we feel, and the requests we receive from both sides of business sectors here in Italy and in Korea. So I would like you to take this into account when you hear my presentation. Okay. I will give you a brief and big picture of our economic relations between our two countries. These are the major economic indices. As you can see, this is my conclusion. I think that Italy and Korea are very similar in terms of economy. As you can see, population, of course, you have a little more population than Korea, but GDP, you is the largest in the world. Korea is 10th. GDP per capita is almost the same. Trade volume and also investment inward to each country, we can say that we are showing similar indices. Okay. Otherwise than the economic indices, I also find that industrial structure is also very similar. Italy, as well as Korea, has a very high technological competitiveness in specific industries. In Italy, you are very strong in aviation, yacht building, pharmaceutical, machinery, chemical, fashion, and jewelry. And in the case of Korea, we are very strong in semiconductor, shipbuilding, automobile, electronic appliances, information technology, and petrochemical. Both countries are very contributing with a high value added in their manufacturing. Both countries are showing a high share of manufacturing of its GDP. Both countries are showing the same percentage, that is 24 to 25. This may be feel like low, but it is very high considering that, for example, Italy is a very advanced country. In advanced country, we can find that, for example, service industry takes the biggest part. But for advanced countries like Italy and maybe Korea, having this share of manufacturing is still very high. And also, I can say that Italy, as well as Korea, has a very thick and strong number of small and medium-sized enterprises. As you can see in the percentage, among the all numbers of enterprises, the small and medium-sized enterprises occupies like 99%. It happens the same in Korea. The only difference is that in the Italy case, these small and medium-sized companies are taking a main role in the Italy's export. But in the case of Korea, they only lead like 19%. That's why COTRA is working in the overseas markets to help our SMSE enterprises to enlarge their market share in the international market. Okay, this is a big picture of our commercial trend. I realized that we have a little difference indices from what our economic counselor from the Korean embassy recently presented. But as far as we know, the amount of the bilateral trade was around $9 billion last year, and it has been declining from 2018 when we had exceeded $10 billion that year. With respect to the main trade products, we can say that Italy is exporting to Korea high-end consumer goods, pharmaceutical products, as well as automobiles. And in the case of Korea, we are exporting to Italy synthetic resin, automobile, steel, and automotive parts. We have in common like 3 industries that we see that we are mutual complementary, which is pharmaceutical, automobile, and fine chemical. This is the perspective of our relation in terms of investment. As you can see, these are the indices of the last 10 years. We can see that Italy has invested a little more than what we invested in Italy, but this is because the entrance of the Korean companies into the Italian market started long before the last 10 years. So our entrance to the Italian market, I think it started 20 years ago, but the entrance of the Italian companies into the Korean market, it seems to show more accentuated during the last 10 years. Actually, we are seeing in these days that they are expanding their investment because they are getting more experience into the Korean market. At the first moment, it was a joint venture with Korean local markets. Now they are introducing themselves totally 100% with Italian investment. So that's a very big difference. And these are the main companies that are present in each country. We can see that all the big names in both Italian and Korean companies are present in this moment in each market. In case of Italian companies, we can say that the mechanics, energy, and automobile, your famous fashion brands are all already in Korea. They're expanding. And in case of Korea, we have all the big conglomerates already here. Nowadays, there's a lot of interest and demands for biopharmaceutical Korean companies wanting to entering the Italian market. So we are supporting them in order to help them go into the Italian market. From now, I would like to share with you some of my thoughts about some of the many cooperation that we can do between Italy and Korea. The first reflection is I would like to propose cooperation in technology for the so-called fourth industrial revolution. I can give some examples. For example, we can integrate Korea information and communication technology into the Italian manufacturer capability with robotic process automation system that can bring factory digitalization. Then we thought that implementing the same information and communication technology that we have in Korea into the service industry in Italy, it can help their digital transformation. I know that these days the Italian government is investing a lot of budget in order to help institute and local companies to accelerate their digital transformation. We have a lot of experience and solutions for e-government and digital administration. One of the main reasons I think Korea could become the role model worldwide in the COVID situation is because, for example, the healthcare system in Korea is well organized by these all kinds of digital solutions that is simultaneous. We have a record of all health data about the population that I think help a lot in order to overcome or control the COVID situation in Korea. We have a lot to do in the smart city area. Both Italy and Korea have many cities with high indices in this respect, so I think we can share a lot of experience in order to develop ourselves. This is my second approach. I would like to propose also a strategic alliances and cooperation in many areas, for example, pharmaceutical and bio industry. As I presented in my previous slide, I told you that we export, like Italy export pharmaceuticals mutually, but we export different kind of products. For example, Italy has a very strong manufacturing in patent treatment medicines, and Korea has a strong in diagnostic reagents or test kits, not only for COVID, but for many other illnesses. Let me move to the energy industry. We have a lot to do. I propose joint R&D and technological cooperation. For example, Italy these days is trying to reduce their dependence of Russian natural gas by importing natural gas from other countries, of course, in liquefied state. And for that, you need infrastructure and a lot of terminals in order to handle this, and Korea is #1 in this area. Also, Italy has a lot of experience and has developed a lot of techniques in dismantling and disassembling techniques of nuclear power plants. We, Korea, are still a very active country that is using nuclear power plants to generate electricity, but we are in need of renovating some of the plants. So this means that at the same time, we need this kind of disassembling techniques at the same time that needs for reconstruction. Hydrogen is said to be the future clean energy, and Italy as well as Korea are actively developing new techniques in this area. I think we are focusing in different areas, specific areas within the same hydrogen energy, so we can share a lot of technologies together. And my last proposition is in the consumer's good. We try to make a collaboration projects between Italian creativity designs and with Korean eco-friendly special materials. For example, I can give you a specific project that we at our office are doing for the 4th year. This is done with the Marangoni Fashion School, which is located in Milan. In our office, introduce Korean textile and fabric companies that can give eco-friendly materials to students that are graduating from the Marangoni Fashion School for them to use this Korean material when they elaborate their fashion collection. So, and we present those collections in fashion events, like collaboration in between Italy and Korea, strengths. And my presentation is up to here, so yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Now we look forward to hear from essentially your counterpart or our man in soul, to quote Graham Greene, Ferdinando Gueli. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Hello to everybody, and I'm glad to be here today. My presence is a kind of mirroring the Miss Hong that has preceded me in the previous speech, because basically we are in the same situation. I'm arriving in Seoul since a few weeks, and I am taking my post for the next years, and so I'm in the same position as Miss Hong. So probably we can move ahead together in developing this cooperation among our organizations that have a long history of cooperation, by the way, in the past decades. As the panelists before have been already focus a lot on the figures and numbers of economic and especially trade relations. I will use the same approach of Ms. Song also because we have a same mission, which is to assist companies in developing business relations between Korea and Italy. I'm not going to spend too much time in talking about the figures that they have been already seen before. Just a few, maybe a few key information just to fix better the situation. Basically, the bilateral trade is quite balanced, even if from the Italian point of view, we have a good surplus at the moment. But as Ms. Young mentioned before, the bilateral trade is basically quite complementary in several areas. One thing I would like to stress that even in my experience abroad, this is the first country I'm experiencing leather goods and in general the fashion industry as a leading export industry for Italy. Usually, especially in Asia, we are our export is driven by machinery and technology, but here in Korea we are stronger in leather, fashion, and footwear, which is something good for our industry, which, as you know, is one of the pillars of the Italian economy. Nevertheless, we have still an interesting volume of trade for machinery and also in the automotive industry and other areas that have been already highlighted before. Just to highlight a little bit more in particular in what areas and what products we are ranking in a leading position, top ranking in Korea import from abroad. We are the #1 in leather goods and jewelry, #2 in olive oil and pasta, #3 in footwear, wine, garments, and packing machinery, while 4th in agricultural machinery and 5th in cheese and 6th in cosmetics. These are a lot about Made in Italy here, but in a different mix and combination compared with other countries. About FDIs, as has been already focused before, just want to specify that the figures you can see here are not related with the flow, with the stocks, but the flows. So the numbers are different just because of this reason. And as you can see, most part of our investment in Korea are in manufacturing sector, and then followed by the services and a little bit construction. Different from the Korean point of view, FDIs to Italy are more focused on services and a little bit less manufacturing, and also they have distribution retail. So there are some complementarities, also some differences in our model of investment abroad. So let me focus on a little bit more here. And when I talk about opportunities, of course, is referred to SMEs, but it is also I would like to expand this idea in terms of bilateral cooperation and opportunities for strengthening economic ties. For example, when we talk about industry and manufacturing, that we are both two important manufacturing countries, but the area for cooperation opportunities is more on the high tech, as you have seen before in the other presentation, innovation and sustainability. So these are the key words if we want to promote more our economic relations, less in the traditional machinery, which by the way for Italy is an important area, more the industrial machinery in the more traditional sectors. But in this area, we are experiencing a decline in our export and investments, because of course there are other countries that maybe they are able to supply this kind of technologies in where the cost factor is more important than maybe the innovation and technology contents. So better to focus more, and we are going to focus more in the high tech and innovation and sustainability in many areas that have been already mentioned before, like automotive, like semiconductors and electronics industry, and digital and IoT, hydrogen, and so on. Talking about fashion accessory, we have already seen that we have a big potential here, but also here I would like to mention that it would be important to develop cooperation in innovation, materials, for example, new materials, sustainable material, because as you know, this is the new trend also in the fashion industry. And the same we can talk about the design, is the same approach. Cosmetics, more related with wellness and healthcare, then on makeup, for example, is declining. And then in the food and wine, we are performing better in wine, not too much in food, but this is also explained by the two different culinary traditions, but we can improve more on this respect, and in the two sides, of course, not only from the Italian point of view. What is our strategy for the year to come? But we have already started with this. Basically, we divide in two areas of activities. The B2B area, so promoting more business relations among Italian and Korean companies through different tools. The most traditional are the usual matchmaking events, trade show, workshop, or business delegation to Italy, but let me focus more on the innovative tools, innovative projects that we are developing, and we have been already developing in the past few years. For example, acceleration programs for startups. Actually, next week, 8 Italian startups are coming here in Seoul for starting their incubation program with a major Korean accelerator we are partnering with. And this is the second edition, and we would like to increase more this cooperation. And those startups are coming, of course, more from high tech and IT sector. Another area very important that we are working on is to promoting cooperation and even public partnership programs, especially in R&D and innovation sector. And we also have a pilot project underway in order to attract more investments in the semiconductors and to promote industrial cooperation among Italian and Korean companies in this specific area. This is also an answer to the current, disruption of the global supply chains, and so we have to think about how to readdress. And in this case, for example, between Italy and Korea, we have a similar concerns, and this can be an opportunity for cooperation. There's a good potential here. Then, of course, in our job, we cannot neglect B2C focus, because it's very important for us to promote more Italian products in the Korean market, especially in those areas where we have a strong position and we would like to improve more. And let me just focus on this project, which is called High Street Italy. It's the unique platform worldwide run by Italian trade agency, and the place is Seoul. So we are proud of this. Since a couple of years, this is a unique Made in Italy showroom, is hosting a lot of events and activities, and showcases Italian products for Korean consumers in a very shopping area in Seoul. So we will go ahead with this project also for next year, and this is another important part of our activity. I don't want to spend more time, and I thank you for your patience, and of course I'm ready to discuss more about other topics that are coming out during the Q&A session. Thank you again.
Thank you, Director Gweli. We will seamlessly then move to Mr. Tae Hyun Oh from the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, which is a research institute devoted to the study of economics. And I think he is online. We just need to remove the pin and go to Mr. Oh.
Hello. I'm very honored to participate in the symposium. Personally, I visited Rome in last year as a Korean delegate with Mr. President Moon, the former president. So the Rome is very special to me, and so I'm trying to visit the Rome, but some situations are very may say difficult for me to visit the Rome. So please, and then the second is to some parts of my presentation is repeated with Mrs. Hong's presentation. So in the case, I touched briefly and then I skipped. I tried to move to on the next slide. And the third is my last point is my PPT is not academic point, but just to explain the situation between the Korean and Italy, the economic and the scientific situation. So yeah, so my presentation is composed of the three parts. The first is trade and investment. Maybe this part is overlapping of the Mrs. Hong. And the second part is assessment of the economic and scientific competitiveness of Korea and Italy. And last part is about the further future of Korea and Italy. So yeah, you can see it already. See this chart on the Italy is the 23rd trade partner to Korea, and in case of the export, the 23rd, and the part of the import, the 17th, the partners. So in 2021, and the major the trade goods between the Korea and Italy. So maybe this chart is repeated by Mrs. Hong, the last presentation. So, and then the active outflows, the Korea to Italy, is that there are some the fluctuations, the value and in cases, but the some case, in particular in 2013 and 2017 and 2020, there are some the increase of the FTA outflows to Italy, but in compared to the economic size of the Korea and Italy, I think we need to increase the FDI volumes between Korea and Italy. And then I tried to analyze in specific the process of the outflow from Korea to Italy. Yeah, most of them is a wholesale and retail trade, and then second is the machinery, and the third part is chemical engineering in 2019. But in 2021, very similar similar features. So, but the wholesale and the retail trade, the ratio is more increased compared to in 2019. So, and then is these features are the by value. So just see that this chart, and then in case of the FTA inflow from Italy to Korea, yeah. So there are some more bigger the fluctuations compared to the FTA outflow from Korea to Italy. So in 2014 and 2017 and 2019. There are a big increase, big flows from the Italy to Korea. So I think that there is some the investment in Korea. So we have to the increase from of the investments. So yeah, I have to try to analyze this some in 2019 the FTA inflows cases. There are many cases. But the most the flow is from the manufacturer of the machinery and equipment, and the second is the manufacturer of chemicals and chemical products. So and the part of the investment are very similar the ratio, around the 5%, but in 20 to 21, and there are some different from in 2019. So I try to emphasize the ratio of the retail trade, except the motor vehicles and the motorcycles. This accounts of the 33%. And then the second one is the wholesale trade and commissioner or the trade. So in the value, in case of value, you just see that good. And then I'm trying to assess the economic and scientific comparativeness between the Korean and Italy. And then this chart is about the most important trends impacting business in 2022 by the IMD. And then the important trend is the inflation, the pressure, and geopolitical conflicts are very, very cautious the factors to the both countries. So, and then the third factor is the supply chains bottleneck is also important to business in Korea and Italy in 2022. So, to tackle with these challenges from these factors, we need to cooperate more and more. So we can take the leader, or we can catch the market shares in the market, and after the Russia and Ukraine war, where during the bottleneck of the supply chains in chain. So in case in Korea, this chart is the left chart is Korea's GDP, the contributions, and the contributions from the net export and the domestic demand. So in Korea, the export is very important to boost the economic growth. And then compared to Korea, Italy has the export is a little bit smaller the contribution to the economic Italy's economic growth, but in both countries, export is very important to boost the economic growth. So, in case, as Mr. De Guelli mentioned, that the Korea and Italy has tried to cooperate the competitiveness area in the Korea is passenger cars or the passenger cars or the electrics or the semiconductors, and Italy's luxury goods or the AI and robotics. And then, so there are some areas for those countries to cooperate or to collaborate in the near futures. And then the Korea is more rigorous, resilient during the economic crisis from the bottleneck of the supply chain, and as well as the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. So the Koreans, the credit ratings are very stable, and then Italy is also have the good ratings from the ratings companies, BBB or the Baa3, and then I want to emphasize the Korea Korea is a government that has increased more and more last in 2020 because of the COVID-19, and also in Italy's the government debt is about 159% of the GDP in 2020. So I also to emphasize, I also emphasize the need to decrease of the government debt of the Italy and for their economic robustness or their economic growth. And then the comparativeness from IMD, the Korea ranks 27 and Italy ranks 41. And but Italy and Korea has some economic performance and government efficiency and business efficiency infrastructures. Italy and Korea has a similar ranking in some area, but the very different rankings in some other areas. So, for example, the Italy and Korea domestic economy is a very similar the ranking, the 13 or the 12, but the big difference in case of the public finance, Italy has a rank to 61 or the Korea is 32, and then but the basic infrastructure is Italy the ranks 53, but the Korea is 60. So we have to define the areas to cooperate, which areas is very most important, the most reliable or the feasible area for both countries to cooperate. And then so this chart is 5 key attractiveness indicators. The 4 indicators are common, but the factors are different to each other. So in Korea, the reliable infrastructure has very strong, but in Italy, the open and positive attitudes. So, we as we are trying to make up with the ways to boost economic cooperation between the two countries, Korea has tried to get some information or insights on the reliable infrastructures, and in turn, in Italy has tried to give some open and positive attitudes in businesses. So there are some the synergy areas for both countries, and this is a very interesting chart between the Korea and Italy. In chart from the OECD Science, Technology, and Innovation Scoreboard, and then both countries are very have a big expenditure on their Science and Technology Innovation Scoreboard, the score. So in Korea and general expenditure on R&D, around the 5% of the GDP. In turn, Italy has around the 1.5% of the GDP. So, but this chart is a relative value. So in the real values, there are some the similar the value in between the Korean and Italy, but we have to spend more the money to R&D for the fourth industrial revolutions. So this chart is very interesting, and then in particular the biotechnology R&D as the percentage of the business enterprise on the R&D. So Italy and Korea has a very the small expenditure compared to other the Switzerland and United States and France. So we have to cooperate in the area of the biotechnology R&D sectors. Yeah, it's more feasible. And then this chart is I read the article of the LSCE express the article. So the title of the Navigating the Green Transition Insights for the G7. But they are the analyzed G7 plus countries. So the South Korea is included in this analysis. And according to the result of the articles, Italy has a very good performance in the Green Complexity Index. This means that the very strong green transition technology or the green transitional the capabilities in current situations. So Italy has has been showing the more the competitiveness in the green technology, and then also Korea is trying to catch up the the transitional capability. And then discharge the GCP and the green complexity potential. This means that how much the countries can take up the competitiveness in the near future. So Italy has been the most future the potential to develop potentials, and then also the Korea is trying to. So maybe the Italy has in case of the the number of the green comparative strengths as well as the approximate the opportunity in green products. So in some cases, they are having the comparativeness in industrial electric resistance heated furnace, or maybe the parts of washing and filling or closing and aerated machinery. But in turn, Korea has some competitiveness in the optical devices and appliances and instruments. So they have the different competitiveness in the green transition technology. So we have to, so there's a need to for the both countries to cooperate in their competitive in areas. So the last project for the future of the Korea and Italy. So I'm trying to suggest some rough idea for both countries to enhance their economic and scientific cooperations. The first part is about SME and industrial partnership. The cooperation and competition and creativity between the Korean SME and the Italian SME could lead to new era of the global market beyond the domestic and regional market. And also the Italian SME have been well known for their longevity and competitiveness based on Italian brain power. Also the Korean R&D expenditure is over 4% of the GDP. So I suggest Italy, the brain power and the Korean technology can benefit SME in both countries. And also the automobile industry is an area where the Korean and Italy can cooperate by integrating the comparative advantage on IT and automobile production. And second part is scientific cooperation, collaborations. The Korea and Italy have signed a strategic partnership on industry and energy and trade in last year. The future, the area for the collaboration might be the microelectronics, the hydrogen the technology, as well as the climate change and the research and innovation for aerospace. And also the Korea and Italy announcing their NDC target in 2030, as well as climate neutrality in 2050. So both countries are expected to have some joint research project on climate change technology, as well as the CCUS, carbon capture and utilization and the storage, and the low carbon products. Also for climate neutrality in 2050, the energy sector is the most important critical. So therefore, both countries have to deal with hydrogen and renewable energies together. And last part is about the cultural cooperation. So also the cultural cooperation is well explained in the last sessions, but I'm trying to the cultural cooperation based on IT or the digital the technology. So Korea and Italy signed the cultural agreement between the two countries to strengthen the relation and mutual understanding. And then Korean Ministry of the Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Ministry of the Heritage and Cultural Activity and Tourism of Italy to share their ideas on some measures to cooperate on preserving and restoring the cultural asset, as well as on the cultural and tourism exchanges. So both countries have a lot of history assets ranging from the buildings and the sculptures of paintings. So we can share and develop the digital technology to preserve the historical assets for the next generation. So yeah, this the three parts of the rough idea to boost, enhance the economic and scientific cooperation. When in addition to that, I'm trying to emphasize the importance of the brand naming. So In case of the Italy, the made in Italy is very important to boost the sales of the Italian the SMEs, the small and medium the enterprises. So in Korea, they're trying to support the Korean SMEs, but we have to exchange the ideas between the Korean and Italy in case of the SMEs and SMEs. So we have various areas to cooperate. So we have to meet and more and share the insight or ideas. So this is very important for the cooperation between Korea and Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for a very comprehensive panoramic, which ties actually to the content of the last presentation on scientific cooperation, collaboration between Italy and Korea. I invite Professor Canganella to limit his remarks to hopefully 10 minutes because because this was the plan. This was the plan all along. We unfortunately are going to eat up time for lunch, unfortunately. But I hope everybody's okay with extending the panel ending to 1:20. But in order to have a fruitful question and answers session, limited to 10 minutes, please.
All right, thanks a lot. So first of all, thank you to organizers for the kind invitation. I'm pleased to introduce you to science and technology between Italy and Korea. And I'm also happy to introduce the word science diplomacy. So that's nowadays is one of the main actions for not only for science and technology, but also maybe to help to solve other issues between countries. As you know, and anyway, I'm sure you have a former science and technology counselor by the Embassy of Italy until last year. I am professor of microbiology by University of Tuscia in Viterbo. And nowadays, I'm also coordinator of SISTAC, that actually is the steering committee for science and technology to the Embassy of Italy in Seoul. So I'm trying to go pretty fast. So of course, I will give you also a personal overview of science and technology in Korea because I've been there 8 years. So of course, my talk is also the outcome of a personal experience in any direction. And but some of the main issues, some of the economical core issues have been already emphasized, but of course, between Italy and Korea, despite the fact that Italy is a very beloved country from Korea, we have, we had, of course, in the past, huge number of tourists. Italy is very well known for, design, art, movies, food, wine, etc. In terms of science and technology, unfortunately, it's not a very well-known country, either by academics, but also research institute and common people. So one of the main issues is introducing Italy as a science and technology country. That's not a easy task. So one of the main issues is moving from tradition and excellence. These are the topics where most of Koreans knows Italy about, and then turning out in a different view. So science and technology. So of course, some of these images also are introducing what has been covered so far, so design, fashion, food, and some other issues. But for others, like aerospace or technology, even food technology, of course, is one of the main issues in Italy. It's not easy, and then you need to introduce these items with a kind of multidisciplinary approach. So of course, we used to start from the past as Italian, and we have excellence even from the, centuries ago. So of course, you can mention Leonardo, you can mention Galileo, even Koreans, of course, knows about that. So you can mention creativity, innovation, what Italians has been always strong about it. And then, of course, you can also mention the Nobel laureates in science. So Italy, of course, is very proud of these Nobel laureates, mostly in physics. We have others in biomedicine and physiology. We have some in chemistry too. So of course you can talk about Nobel laureates in Korea, introduce the excellence, which were the main issue, the areas. So try to let Koreans understand that Italy, of course, was a great tradition in science and technology with amazing outcomes and results. Has been mentioned so far something about productivity before, so I'm very glad also that one of the other areas you can introduce Italy is showing the productivity in science. So it's been mentioned that the investment in research and development in Korea, and I have to say also Israel is about the same, it's always between 4.5% of GDP. Italy is much lower, but then when you go and compare the amount of budget invested in research and development compared to the productivity, Italy has been always one of the world leaders. So in terms just of publication with peer review journals, Italy is always about between 8 and 7 position. Even better if you compare the amount of money you invest in research and development with productivity in science. Italy has been always in the first 3 positions in the world. So when you show this chart to Koreans, that means you try to introduce that Italy is very good in quality of research and investigation. So of course, no matter the poor budget that the government in Italy is devoting to research and development, you have been shown first, 1.2, 1.5% compared to 4.5. So of course, there is no competition with Korea. So of course, we cannot compete usually with infrastructure, even university campus and also investment. But when you go to the productivity in science, you can show that Italy is is excellent, and also that means the quality of people involved in the research is extremely high. So this is one, of course, of the point we are trying to emphasize when you try to build some cooperation with Korea in science. So what the Office of Science and Technology in Seoul is doing, as I mentioned before, you need kind of a multidisciplinary approach. So you have to, of course, not to be based on the formal institutional event. Of course, you have to go and visit the institution, introduce Italy to research institutions. I'm showing some pictures of the, the visit you do with ambassadors or other, embassy people, staff to research institute in Korea, not only for formal agreement and visit, but also to introduce or maybe even visiting the Italian scientists in Korea. So in the past years, we used to have kind of 25 Italian scientists permanently working in Korea. So there was a scientific community of Italian people in Korea. And so you can keep, relationship, contact with them. And also you have to act in different ways. Another way that I'm showing you a nice picture of, I founded a science club, Italy-Korea Science Club. So you have to act also with some, let's say, social scientific initiative, because personal relationships are also important. So you can organize, we did some seminars at home, including, dinner, Italian dinner. So you can put Italian scientists and Korean scientists together. So it's even useful because sometimes they meet each other, even Italian scientists, they meet each other. And so you can build different ways of connections and relationships. Another way I did was visiting schools. So you can introduce Italy science and technology, visiting middle school, high school. So there are some programs where some schools, one was called Junior Ambassador Programs, where some selected schools, they have special English curricula, and they would like to meet foreigners, even scientists. So I used to go there introducing, of course, not only Leonardo, but also, other issues of science, Italy. So you can start also from the young people introducing Italy in science, or maybe they will know more, and maybe one day they could visit Italy as a student from university. So what's the office doing? Of course, there are some formal duties, and also the rest is due to your creativity and motivation. Of course, you can deal with Italy-Korea student exchange, joint agreements, joint labs. Of course, we have the formal ministry research project. You can follow and cover the scientists, the Italian scientists in Korea, as I mentioned. You also attend the EU delegation in Seoul initiative for research, science, and technology. And also there are some fairs time to time. So you can also attend the fairs, meet the school, meet the institution from Italy. And as the last but not least, the educational issues, as I mentioned before. So in terms of main core technology, usually between Italy and Korea, even historically, but even the last decade, I just emphasize, of course, some that have been mentioned before. So information technology first, life science and biomedicine. So even the embassy has been investing a lot in biomedicine cooperation, including different areas, even precision medicine. One of the last, I will talk more in the last slide, is science and technology applied to cultural heritage, where of course Italy is one of the world leaders. Nanotechnology, energy and environment. Energy and environment include many different fields. Of course, energy means also nuclear energy, decommissioning, fuel cells. Environment is also marine sciences. We have also polar sciences. Aerospace has been mentioned before, defense, military application, but of course we also have aerospace means satellite, especially satellites, connection and also including business. So we have some companies like Thales Alenia Space, Avio, and also the Italian Space Agency involved, and basic sciences. Basic sciences, I like just to emphasize as one of the few exceptions where Italy is very well perceived by Korea as a technological power, because Europe in general has been very strong in basic sciences. Korea has been always putting apart basic science at least 10, 15 years ago. Then they founded a new institution on the path of the German Institute of Basic Science. So they are now recovering, but they always recognize Italy as a strong country in basic science, particularly in physics, or particle physics, nuclear physics, astrophysics, and also in mathematics. So in basic science, I have to say, it's much easier to establish collaboration because they are very aware of the Italian strength and excellence. Formal issues, of course, and activities from the Science and Technology Office. As I mentioned before, we have the agreements, syndicates, and also the joint committee meetings. We have the Science and Technology Forum on the average every 3 years, once in Korea, once in Italy. The last one was mid of June 2021 in Seoul. So these are big events. It's about 2 or 3 days. So it's a big conference where many scientists attending, and you have different sessions. So this is one of the main outcomes of the scientific cooperation, but we are always on the formal side. Moreover, we have seminars, workshops, symposia that the office can organize according to the funding, of course, but also the connection with groups. We have the research project, including the European project. I have to say also that as far as concerned the European project, there's been a marked increase of participation of Korean groups to the European project, because since the last 5 years or a little more, there is a specific budget from Korean government devoted to participation to European projects. So before maybe the UFP7, there was the participation from Korean groups was pretty low, but now it's much more because there is a funding from Korean government. So it's been much more successful. We managed to establish some joint labs. There's also a formal activity, but also there is some specific outcome. We have some areas where we have joint labs in Korea. Recently was launched the last one about science and technology for wooden instruments. So it means cultural heritage. It was established in University of Pavia, based in Cremona. So the joint labs also is a nice initiative that's been quite successful. And about also the memorandum of understanding, of course, there are so many between university and research institute, and now we are about 82 memorandum of understanding. But of course, that's also need strong effort, because once you sign the memorandum of understanding, and maybe last 3 years, and then you have to work to renew it, and also you have to monitor what kind of activities they're doing. So it's not just a paper that you sign without any outcome. Just to show you what we did before the COVID pandemic, for instance, 2018, it was about the same 2019. These are the bilateral events organized by my office. So according to the input coming from both sides, or maybe because you are focusing on some areas more than others, you can organize bilateral events. So one of the key issues of success in the cooperation science and technology is have the people coming to Korea, because as I mentioned before, they don't know much, or maybe they are not aware of excellence in science and technology. So until people are coming, I'm showing that they are doing, and then, as I mentioned before, the quality of research is very clear to the Korean counterpart, and then maybe can start some cooperation. Until that, it's quite difficult to establish some cooperation just by papers or just by online connection. So these are some of the areas that I've been focusing on the 2018, including the forum that was held by the Polytechnic of Turin in November 2018. And also we did some workshop, the last one, sustainable fishery, that was held in Rome, in Italy. And finally, two success stories to mention. One is about science and technology for cultural heritage. As I mentioned before, this was a new area that I launched in 2015. And now it's been one of the most successful areas of cooperation. So of course, Italy, as I mentioned, is one of the world leaders. So we started just by connection between this university in Korea with the Institute of Central Restoration in Rome. And then from that, other initiative like matching ICT with cultural heritage with some research institute in Daejeon. And also we get some joint research project funded by the ministries. And nowadays, as I mentioned before, we have a new joint labs and cooperation about wooden instruments. So we are still, fueling the science and technology for cultural heritage. And we have even the joint lab that was launched very recently. So this is just to show you one success stories. And the other one is about the polar sciences. As I mentioned before, this was particularly boosted from the time that Koreans opened a new Antarctica base that actually is quite, about 7-8 kilometers from the Italian base. So of course, cooperation was geographically even much more easier than before. Koreans also, they have some special ships for research. Italians are building the flight landing base there. So there are many issues of connection beside the research project based on radiation, climate, aerosols. So of course, particularly CNR, ENEA, and some universities are involved. So even on that area, we are looking forward to establish a joint lab in Antarctica devoted to joint research. So that's another story, but I have more, but just to show you some of the example. And finally, I like to end my presentation with, this is one of the best image I've been using during my work in Korea, because of course, not many people, even Italians, they don't know that 50% of the modules of the International Space Station were built in Italy, in Turin, just to show the excellence of aerospace engineering, including companies like Thales, Alenia Space, and others. So this nice image I use also for thank you for attention, and goodbye to everyone. 안녕하세요.
Thank you for showing us that indeed there are many bridges in the science and technology sector between Italy and Korea, and this is part and parcel of the need to bridge the gap in perceptions, not just in terms of basically perceptions in Korea about Italy's science and technology prowess, but also within Italy. And the same, of course, applies to these bridges apply well to bridging the gap about how Korea is really a cultural superpower, and this might even help its small and medium enterprises abroad. I am going to get all of the questions and comments in one round because we are running short on time. So I encourage you to raise your hand. Yes, and I will collect the questions. The gentleman on my left side, please. Thank you. And if you could identify yourself, please.
Yes, sure. My name is Thomas Koenigs. I work at the Netherlands Embassy here in Rome. One product line or industry that both Italy as well as the European Union are interested in is semiconductors, an industry in which Korea is very strong. Also, given the partnership that Korea has announced with Europe in the first session based on values. What are the plans for Korea to perhaps help or support the European Union in creating such a European industry on semiconductors, if any?
Thank you. Thank you. We go back to also strategy and economic security, which we haven't talked about much, but we mentioned in the first section. And I encourage some of our speakers to tackle that question, perhaps, in their remarks, because we haven't talked about economic security. Yes, Lorenzo.
Yes, my question is somehow connected to the first one, and it's about the future of scientific cooperation. Because I mean, during the past 5 or 6 years, we've the spread of two major trends, which are the return of protectionism, the retrenchment of globalization, and this especially in Western liberal democracies. So this has led basically to the development of a race for the development of a new regulatory instrument to shield economies and especially sensitive sectors, and also the creation of of different technological alliances. And of course, the major trend is about the technological decoupling with between the West, let's say, and China. So my question is, what's the future? I mean, what will be the future of scientific cooperation? We will all cooperate in. Science will be detached from this parcelization of international politics, or there's still hope for a room for cooperation besides the partisanship at the global level. And this, of course, it's linked also to the panelists that works in the economic field, because with the creation of these clusters, we will have less chance to use economy of scales and other economic instruments that push the development of our countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, in the back. The lady in the back, please.
Hi, first of all, thank you. I would like to ask a curiosity. So basically, Korea is really well known about innovation and technology also applied to financial services. I'm thinking about Kakao Bank or Never Finance and so on, which Italy is not as much developed, at least not on such a high scale, I would think. I wanted to ask you, why do you think that is? I mean, what are the main causes? Is it policies or investment in that field, or the availability of technology? And if you think that a possible enhancement of cooperation between the two countries could help Italy reach a higher innovation applied to financial services. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see our hands raised. So what's going to happen is that I'm giving you 2 minutes each to tackle the small question about the securitization of technology and of science and technology, and of economic security broadly defined in terms of courting semiconductors, Korean semiconductors. Of course, we all know about TSMC. Potentially courting Korean semiconductors and semiconductor technologies and foundries in Europe, along with the potential stumbling blocks in science and technology cooperation, as technology, of course, is politicized and runs the risks of incurring in geopolitical fault lines. And then last but not least, fintech and financial technology emulation, or potentially using Korea as a model for improving the Italian financial technological services. We will go in reverse order. I encourage all of the speakers to stick to 2-3 minutes, please. Professor Canganella, and then Mr. O, and Gueli, and Mrs. Hong. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm trying to be fast about the especially future for science and technology cooperation and other issues. I think there are two different levels, because of course when we talk about scientific technological cooperation in terms of academics, research institutions, usually it's a quite open areas, and it's not so much connected to globalization or strategic government issues. So of course it's more, at least as I can say from experience, more based on the individual initiative from the researchers, professors, or institutions, academy. And when you build up this initiative, you can of course share data and research, and then you can make some cooperation. Of course, that could lead also to economical outcomes like patent and so far. But anyway, the basic just establish and improving the knowledge in science, and also could lead to mutual cultural exchanges if you exchange students, for instance, if you have dual degrees and so on. Another level is technological cooperation, where you include big companies, or of course technology transfer. That means money, that means also power, the global geographical maybe level. That's more based on government strategies. So of course I think there are two different levels. One is more based on individual or motivation from the single research institution. One is a very high level. So before was mentioned the pilot plant, the pilot project actually on semiconductor. That's one of the example of the second level. So that's of course is leading to, or will be leading to technological interaction, and there will be of course need to kind of monitoring and strategic handling of such a big project. On the first level, we are more talking about research. Last word, of course, I have to say that some of the initiatives are also, they find some constraints from cultural differences. So even in research cooperation or students exchange, of course, we face some heavy constraints from the different of the two systems. So in academy, for instance, in Italy, we have hundreds, even more, of students from Korea in music, opera singing, design, art. Actually, there's almost no students in science and technology. So this is the same problem we have with Japan. So from Japan and Korea, there is no move from science students to Italy. But that's due to other issues that we don't have time to cover.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mr. O, Dr. O, please.
Yeah, thank you for your the question. And then I'm trying to talk about the first question about the future of the scientific corporations. So actually, as you mentioned, the current geopolitical situation makes it more difficult for more the countries to meet and share the ideas for development of the digital or the innovation or IT solutions. So in the near future, the like-minded countries alliance is more feasible to make some the progress for the digital or the scientific corporations. In case of the semiconductors, the Samsung and the TSMC in Taiwan are trying to make advance into the other regions to establish their factories in Korea or in Americas, where I'm not sure that, but not in Europe yet, but the foundries companies are trying to establish their factories in some critical region for the cooperation or the partnership with Korea and other countries, or the Taiwan and other countries. So, but in this case, the political issue is a very important. Important factors which we have to take into consideration. So, yeah, but I think, in my opinion, is that the like-minded countries alliance is more and more the feasible or the reliable in the near future. But in case of the longer or medium terms, there might be changes in the trends of current situations. But we have to face these trends of the similar to different from the traditional the alliance or the alliances. And then about the last question, the one major causes of the financial startup in Italy is not the developed bank. I think that the financial regulation is more critical or important to boost or the restrict the financial services in via the technological or digital platform. So Italian government has to try to some check the burden of the financial regulations in Italy. So that is their first stepping stones for the financial development through the technical developments. Yeah, immersive. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Gueli. Please.
Yes. Yeah. So as I mentioned before, I'm not an economist and an analyst, so from my point of view, I have to be focused more on the action. So what I have to say is that, as I mentioned, and also Mr. Canganella recalled our pilot project for semiconductor together with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, we have to focus more and more in the promoting the cooperation in the high-tech innovation, ICT and semiconductors, as we mentioned. So more and more we must address our activity and our efforts in these areas. And I'm convinced in particular that in R&D is the key, because it will involve different players at the same time, and can also have the potential to involve more even SMEs, very innovative SMEs and startups, for example. Even in the fintech sector, of course, Italy has not a strong point for our economy, but maybe we can combine the major players that are in Korea with maybe more dynamic startups coming up in Italy in this area. And this can be a good, interesting area for our action. So basically, this is the way. And for us, it's very clear. We have some projects we are working on. We are scouting more in deep all the specific cooperation matching between Korean companies and Italian excellencies that we have. We have many excellencies even where we don't have big players. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Hong,
I'm the last.
Yours and you have the last word.
Okay. Since I'm closing up this session, I think I will go through every question that you made. But this is, again, it's not academic. It's 100% based on my experience, on my shared experience here in Italy. Starting from the semiconductor question that you made. Right now, as far as I know, we don't have any Korean companies that are thinking or maybe have plans in investing into entering the European market for production, as far as I know. We don't know everything, but recently I read an article that Intel is looking for a new opportunity to install in Europe, to open a new factory. So I think from the part of the European Union, there's need to target these projects in order to attract the Korean, not only Korean companies. So those industries that they need, it would be benefit for both parts to attract companies as foreign investment. So I think there's need more specific policies in order to make this kind of specific projects to go on. And regarding the second question about regulations, future scientific cooperation, I think that to go direct to the target of develop joint R&D cooperation should be it should be done from the first moment with private companies. That's what we try to do in our office. For example, we look for a specific demands of developing new techniques with certain foreign companies. So we try to start from a specific business needs, join the research institute and start from the business point. That's because in that case, we can go and target the outcome, and that can help implement and expand through industry, I think. So I think we, I don't know, in our office at least, we try to do it from the private company's perspective in collaboration with research institute and other related organizations. So that's my point of view. And regarding the last question about fintech services in Italy, this is my personal experience. When I got here, I was in need of opening a new bank account, and I couldn't open any bank account here in Italy because I didn't have the papers. And those papers, I expected to have it from now, I think 6 months later. So that's a very, I think it's really regulation mainly, and maybe lack of new technology in this sector. So it's both at the same time. But when we talk about regulation, it's not only regulation only for the financial sector. It's all administrative regulations that are related. So in order to open an bank account, you need your official documents. That those documents last, I think, relatively very long time in comparison with other countries. And right now, I'm personally using, I think it's British mobile bank account because I don't have other way. Okay.
Well,
up to here is my experience.
On this traditional note, at least specific to fintech in Italy, we are delighted to have had a very fruitful and comprehensive panel, all encompassing, I must say, and I for one, I have learned a lot. So with a round of applause, we thank the speakers yet again.
Korean wave, the term that describes the global boom in Korean pop culture and what the Korean Cultural Center is doing in Italy. Okay. First, what's the impact of Hallyu? Hallyu changed Korea's image positively. According to the Overseas Hallyu Survey of Korean Foundation for International Cultural Exchange in 2021, almost 60% responded that their perception of Korea had changed positively after experiencing Hallyu content. In the past, Korean War or North Korea were the images commonly associated with Korea. However, nowadays, people say K-pop, Korean food, Hallyu star, or dramas when they think about Korea. Hallyu also raised interest on overall Korean society and culture. It also increased Korea's soft power, making us hold this session. Joseph Nye, professor of Harvard, who coined the term soft power, said that Korea has enormous soft power, and with the right investments and efforts, it can have more to come. Then what are the success factors of Hallyu? First, Korean contents contain universal messages and stories, but creative, which makes them overcome language and cultural barriers. Drama Squid Game shows the gap between rich and poor that all the countries have, but it also shows traditional Korean games which are new to global viewers. Second, soaring growth of content distribution and consumption by global online platforms such as YouTube and Netflix contributed to spreading K-pop and dramas. Third, active fandom, such as BTS's ARMYs, strengthens consumption and redistribution of Hallyu contents. What should be done for sustainable Hallyu? The Korean government does not interfere private cultural sector, but try to support what private sector cannot do by itself. For example, the government thinks diversifying Hallyu content is necessary, not only pop culture, but also traditional or pure arts. In addition, supporting creation and export of Korean contents and linking to related industries such as food or beauty are necessary. According to the Overseas Hallyu Survey of Korean Foundation for International Cultural Exchange in 2021, the intention to pay for Hallyu content was the highest for food, followed by beauty and fashion. Strengthening base for sustainable Hallyu is also important. 33 Korean cultural centers in 28 countries can be the global platform or window of Hallyu. As the global platform of Hallyu, Korean Cultural Center in Italy is focusing on promoting Korean culture in Italy. For example, Korea Week in Roma will be held next month, including a talk show with Italian influencers on Korean food and tourism, K-pop dance academy and show, exhibition of Korean landscape painting, Korean movie nights, etc. King Sejong Institute is also in the Korean Cultural Center, which teaches Korean language to Italians. After launching online classes in 2020 during the pandemic, the number of students skyrocketed. This year, more than 1,400 students are learning Korean at King Sejong Institute. The center also supports cultural exchange between Korea and Italy, strengthening the friendship and cooperation between two countries. This is the end of my presentation. I'm glad to join this event, which I think is very timely, and wish to learn a lot from this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Yes, we, as perfectly introduced, we are going to explore this new soft power by South Korea. That is something that Italy recognized very recently in other countries, European countries like Germany and France was very introduced several years ago, but recently in Italy was a boom, and the popularity of the Korean Week next month will show it clearly. So today we will discuss about Korean soft power with Giuseppina De Nicola of La Sapienza that is connected with us. And Professor Gua from the Lewis University, and Professor Moon from the University of Foreigners in Siena. So I'm going to start with Giuseppina De Nicola with her presentations, and then we get back here. After all the presentations, we will have a Q&A sessions. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate, and I enjoyed also the panel of this morning. We're very challenging, and I also want to say thank you to the Korean Embassy for organizing this event, and of course EIE for inviting me to this section. So we'll share my PPT. Today's presentation, as Director Yoon well introduced, will be about how cultural policies and of course the implementation of soft power through cultural products has worked very well in Korea, and And actually, I will just also will say a few words about soft power in Italy. So putting in comparison the two countries about the promotion of their cultural products. Korea and Italy certainly have a lot in common, as we have seen also in this morning. Surely one of these aspects is the use they have made of the soft power and cultural policies over time. In recent years, South Korea has attracted more and more interest globally, thanks to the successes achieved by TV series as Squid Game, and thanks to films that have won important international awards, such as Parasite, and stars of the K-pop, like the bands like BTS and Blackpink, that now dominate entertainment all over the world. But what is it that makes these Korean products so attractive? The success of Korean culture should not surprise us particularly if we consider that the Western world has been obsessed with Asian entertainment for some time now. Audiences are certainly more interested and I would say hungrier for diverse cultural content. And what comes from South Korea looks fresh and new. Korean culture has become more accessible, and there has also been a significant push for Korean dramas and stories that are rooted in Korean settings, but at the same time, they have been able to develop universal themes and archetypes that everyone feels they can relate to. The success that Korean pop culture products had accomplished made it clear to the government that they could take advantage of this popularity to launch their soft power policy, first at the inter-regional level and then at the global level. It arises from the cultural attractiveness of countries, their policies and political ideas. So Joseph Nye, that has been already mentioned, indicates that there are various ways in which power is used to model the behavior of another actor. They are coercion, induction, and attraction. The first is by force with sticks. The second is with money. And the third is through attraction or the ability to persuade people. Nye also argues that soft power is the ability to shape the interests of others based on one's own, which can be achieved through projection of attractive or friendly culture, institutions, values, legitimacy, moral authority, and politics that encourage other countries to follow the country where those values come from. Starting from the point that the soft power is attraction, it is important to understand what are the means that help to generate that attraction. The first medium is culture, of course, which is divided into pop culture, popular culture, and high culture. Joseph Nye identifies four main tools through which an actor can project his ability to influence the actors on whom he wishes to exercise soft power. These are public diplomacy, media, international exchanges, and assistance and cooperation. The Hallyu, or Korean wave, refers to the global popularity of Korea's pop culture, entertainment, music, TV dramas, and movies, and has become a key instrument of South Korea's soft power. The global Korean culture popularity has been gradually unfolded regionally before gaining the global stage. Indeed, between the mid-90s and the mid-2000s, popular culture such as Korean TV dramas started earning increased popularity, first in Japan, China, and Southeast Asia. This created the path for the fame Korean wave enjoyed later. A new K-wave emerged, so-called the Hallyu 4.0, to diversify K-content and to better support the different culture industries. The Hallyu has also generated a great impact in South Korea, giving it a cultural identity, relaunching the economy and influencing foreign relations, giving the country a better position on the international stage. In fact, the positive effects that the Korean wave has brought have had important repercussions on the economic development of the country, both by relaunching the national industry and through trade in goods. For example, according to data from the Korean Creative Content Agency, revenues from various South Korean content sectors, including television production, music, animation, and video games, were estimated at $101.6 billion in 2017. Politically, the Hallyu had an important effect as a tool of public diplomacy, as it enabled South Korea to project a positive image in the international community. At the same time, it has created a feeling of affection towards South Korea in foreigner consumers. The South Korean economy is currently making huge profits from Hallyus and will continue to do so over the next few years. A study by the Korea Foundation showed that its direct impact doubled from 2016 to 2019 and remains steadily increasing, as does its direct values, such as export of consumer goods and tourism. The success of Hallyu can be also attributed both to the vision and action of Korean government, but it is also necessary to consider the combination of other important factors, such as internet, fandom, and globalization. The globalization of media content from countries that were once subordinate or peripheral is an aspect of the decentralization of the multiplicity of global cultural flows that today emerge as a subversive resources of soft power, challenging the hegemony of ideas, values, and dominant ways of life. The global appeal of the Korean wave has often come out of a collective social energy that operates across the creative cultural industry and connects creators and artists of official content to the multiple unofficial hubs of fan communities. It represents a distinctive cultural terrain of bottom-up globalization based on digital platforms, which, due to their dialogic and dynamic interaction, can consciously subvert and challenge power structures in all spheres of influence. The global expansion of the Korean wave can therefore also be attributed to the power of participatory culture and the effective work of digital fans in uploading, remixing, forwarding, or sharing these products with a wider audience. Work that has promoted the reproduction, circulation, and reception of the Hallyu. The devout and transformative fans of the younger generation are the mediators who contribute to shape the westernizing media and to support the power of the Korean wave in the affective the affective economy. The social media fandom has increasingly moved from the fringe of subculture celebration to a mainstream identity and potentially decentralizes the global market for hegemonic culture, such as there was American culture, for example, as co-creation and digital dissemination, playing a key role in enabling changes. Also, initially, the arrival of Hallyu took place through internet as early as the 2000s. The phenomenon mainly started through the users of Asian sites passionate about Japanese products, where Korean drama and music were already very popular. The proliferation of sites on the net like Viki, Drama Fever, Asian Krish, God Drama, to name a few, from which it was possible to download the series or the songs, and which provided the English translation of the lyrics, contributed to the sudden birth of other sites that, thanks also to the commitment of these passionate translators, have favored the exponential growth of users. The sudden growth of Korean popular culture has been significant and indicates the potential for the emergence of local popular culture and therefore its penetration worldwide, a fact that could change the contour of global cultural markets. The counterflow as a form of transnationalism has occurred in Korea since local popular culture arrived as a form of popular culture in the West as well. Initially seen as a subcultural, practiced only by a niche of people, the use of Korean popular products, in particular TV series and music, has acquired and conquered a prominent place today, as it's been underlined. Korea is
Professor,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we can talk about in the after during the Q&A session if you want. We have very tight time.
So I will say that Korea is the only country that has been able to carry on the growth of national cultural industries. And not only soft power does not end only with popular culture, but also, for example, in other products like also sports. And South Korean soft power as promises, even though it cannot be replaced hard power, despite its limits, soft power can help the country to carry an important role on certain issues. For example, South Korea effective handling of the pandemic has increased the others' respect for its policies, and it could garner the country more clout in multilateral institutions and influence also on transnational issues like, for example, climate change. And also Italian soft power, well, has been already well underlined in which way culturally Italy has been able to seduce the world where their soft power, especially with culture and lifestyle, since post-war and later with industrialization since the 50s. And I can underline that, for example, in the world's top 10 soft powers nation in 2022, Italy results to be the 10th, and by the best country ranking published by the American publisher US News and World Report, prepared by the University of Pennsylvania, Italy is the first country in the world for cultural influence, while Korea is the 10th. And this is not a matter of a mere custom. On the contrary, the power of attraction from the culture and image of our country is a very important level in international relations, in global competition, a lever to be strengthened and exploited.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. It's very interesting to know how much soft power is affecting diplomacy and policies. And it's time to listen to Professor Kwa that can introduce these themes to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for organizers inviting this very precious event. I'm also learning a lot. My name is Young Kwak. I'm working at the Lewis University. So today I will present about practice of Korean cultural diplomacy and also the activity of a Korean Cultural Institute in Rome in the global context. So things already have been said pretty much. I try to not to repeat it, but this is more about, we've been discussed that many times how the Korea is successful in the soft power front, how well Korean TV dramas and movies, even the boy band K-BTS is famous in the world. So we already know this impact of the Korean soft power side, so entertainment. Thank you. So this is, I try to see then the behind the scene, what is actually Korean government is moving forward around the Korean cultural diplomacy. So it's not about only for the popular culture, but it's more overall as a Korean government, what they're doing for the cultural diplomacy. Actually, when I prepared this paper, I started from last year, so getting idea and then prepare for the research. And the work is still in progress. But when I actually proposed this title and then prepared these slides, and I realized that is that really good moment that we can actually talk about soft power, because since we are, still highly impacted by this war in Ukraine, it feels like we all went back to suddenly time of the Cold War period. Seems like, but still, we still have to. People are still watching the Netflix. As you know, the Korean TV drama, the Suriname, the new one after Squid Game, is ranked as #2 in the Netflix list. So it's #1 as non-English TV program. It's still, so it seems like the Korean, the popular culture is not only about the BTS, not only about Parasite, but only not about the Squid Game. It seems like it continues. So this is not the end. This is not only one-time thing. So it's quite interesting to see in the behind. Despite the fact that the world is suffer from, this is the war from the Russia and Ukraine, but still cultural diplomacy is quite important to mention. It is a very not
long-standing ideas. As you heard from also Professor Nicola, so soft power is only idea introduced quite late 1980s, and so became realized, very popular only 1990s. So idea just a few decades. But it seems it attracts quite a lot of the policymakers. It's quite interesting. The idea itself is quite interesting to attract other people, not with a weapon, not with the money, but it's simply their own unique culture to attract and get more interest and get more positive attitude for themselves. So this cultural diplomacy is not only one thing only in South Korea, but it's also other countries well practiced. For example, the Chinese Confucius Institute, which also studied after 2000, is quite popular. You can find many of major universities in the cities. You can find this Chinese the Confucius Institute. And then also when you're going downtown the city center in Rome, you will find many of the culture center from the various countries. We have, of course, the director, Ms. John, was just presented, but also there is Japanese Culture Center, and many of countries. Last time when I checked, there was more than 20 different. This culture center is quite actively promote their own culture. In just case of in Rome. So South Korean government is also investing in the cultural diplomacy as well. Since mid-2000, it sort of significantly increased the amount of public resources being invested in the state-run, for example, Korean Cultural Institute. So let's look into that. This one is already discussed with Professor Nicola. So now we know everybody knows where the soft power is coming from, who did it, and what the contents are. So one of the interesting point is that the American scholar Joseph Nye, as he also clarified the relationship between public diplomacy and soft power. So international politics, the resources that produce soft power is in the large part from the values and organization or country expresses in its culture. So public diplomacy is an instrument that government use to mobilize those resources to communicate and attract the publics of the other countries. So there is the country's soft power relies on three resources. So it's a culture, it's a political values, and also it's a foreign policies. It's clear is that if you don't have all three, so you have a very unique culture to attract others, but still need to have sort of political value, the stability and attractiveness others, and these people to recognize that this is the countries. And then also the government should support the public diplomacy to promote the culture together with their foreign policies. Okay, so scholars discuss that cultural diplomacy is based on two premises. The first of all, of course, you have to have good relations. Even you have quite unique cultural asset, it doesn't really work with the countries, people who doesn't have a very good relations. Of course, it's a good start. And then they should have a unique art, language, and educations to actually support, promote their own cultural products. So in case of South Korea in year 2011, by then it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They recognized officially with the increasing importance of soft power and culture as a key element of national competitiveness, and cultural diplomacy has become the new pillar of diplomatic power. So the public diplomacy developed into one of the three axes of governing South Korea's diplomatic relations. That's together with economic state diplomacy and economic diplomacy. So in 2016, that also been specified as a Public Diplomacy Act. So then how culture has been sort of framed in the Korea's public diplomacy. So a number of times the culture mentioned in the public diplomacy. For example, they talk about bilateral diplomatic relations celebration in the cultural event promotions and two-way cultural exchange support and conferences hosted by Ministry of Culture and Tourism and Asian Cultural Cooperation, the expansion of Korean Wave. So this is sort of outlined by and how this culture is framed within public diplomacy. So when you're looking into the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they identifies the aim of cultural diplomacy in terms of object to spread the cultural attractions and to elevate the national image through the cultural asset and strengthening two-way communication through the cultural exchanges.
So based on this idea, for example, there is a number of agencies working on this issue. So one of them, Korea Foundation, it's also been mentioned several times during today. They are affiliated organization with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They take a responsibility of cultural exchanges, activities, and events. They also support for the research cooperations in and around the several Korean affairs. And one of other things, like Korean Cultural Information Service, which is the Korean national. How many minutes do I have?
Oh, no, you have a couple more.
Okay. Let's hope that I can reach to Rome in that couple of minutes. So KOIS is one of the government agency which is taking care of the Korean cultural centers in the worldwide. They started quite early, 1971, but their activities became active since 2000. So this is the organizational chart. Very first time when they opened it took them to 13 years, open only 8 different cultural centers, but since then it has been accelerated, and since 2006, and now currently there is a 33 culture center in the world. So very first time it was more like the culture centers about the major capital city, or where they have large group of Korean descendants. It's like Osaka in Japan, New York in United States, which was not a capital city, but still they have a large group of Korean, the immigrants, migrants were there. So it was quite important to keep that together with the Korean culture in sense. But now you can see that the culture centers are spreading all over the world, and the country from Southeast Asia to Africa, and also to in South America. So this is more likely, instead of only promoting in the capital city of the country, but they're really reaching to the individual, the citizens of the foreign countries who has very interest in the Korean cultures and then contemporary, K-pops, etc. So these are the structures where we have in the worldwide the Korean Culture Center. So currently there is 32, and then there will be another one will be open, I believe, in Sweden in next month. So Korean Culture Center is quite, I would say, aggressively expanding and providing all the relevant information to the locals so that they can get more close to the about the Korean cultures, about the Korea, etc. So just quickly, it's a kind of very, Miss Jen is here, the director of the program. That is, I will go through quite briefly what Korean Culture Center is doing, how we can actually evaluate their activities. So they are just quite near in the city center is Biano Ventana. As you can see, there is a quite well-structured sort of all the Korean cultural aspect is presented in this area. So there is, for example, traditional the house settings, but they also have the K-culture experience. So they can also even take photos with, on the left side of the photos, one of the 2 famous actors and actresses in Korean TV programs. They also do organize a lot of concert programs. As you can see, this is a concert hall, and then also do have a kitchen facilities. Why it is important? Let me see. These are all the informations, other Korean culture center in Europe, and what they are actually doing. This is a type of the course is offered. It seems like France has the longest on the list, but Italy is also second next one. The Korean Culture Center in Italy is doing really well. They provide large number of courses to the citizens so that people can, not only for the interest for the K-pop, also the contemporary cultural aspect, but they also very much focus on traditional Korean cultural the elements like dancing or the instruments, etc. So the culture itself is not only focused on the contemporary issue, but it's more overall providing the Korean culture in general, from the traditional to the Taekwondo, for example, the Korean martial art as well. So it's a quite very, they're offering quite a lot of products in that regards. And then one other thing that I would like to share with you is that they just opened not that long ago, 2016, but you could see that every year the number of visitors are really increasing. 2017, 27,000 visitors, and 2018 a similar number, but 2019 it have reached the 45,000. So we don't have numbers, of course, because of the pandemic, 2020 and 2021, but I believe that the numbers are increasing significantly well, because at one of the graphs I was showing that this is a participant about the Korean language program. So as we said that from the beginning, culture is not about just one element, but people to get interested in one element, for example, Korean TV drama. Then this the generation seems like they also want to learn the Korean language to understand better. So as you can see, the numbers of the Korean course takers are significantly increasing, because the last bar looks like a half, but this is only for information on the 6 months from the first half of this year, 2020. So I believe that by the end of the year, this will be double this exceeding more than 2021. So as a Korean culture center in Rome, they're doing relatively very well. It's with all this small number of the people. But one thing is that I recognize the Korean culture center is also in Rome, but is also in general. They're very dynamic and interactive with their viewers through the these online means. So on the website is very inviting. So it's, when you see several number of other culture center in Rome, their website doesn't change for a month. But I see that in the Korean Culture Center in Rome, the information is constantly updated with very colorful photos, and then inviting, the dynamic is there. So that also is one of the plus side for the attractive for the young generation. I get really this look from this our chairs. I think I will stop here. Then, is any other questions? If it comes later, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gua. Yes, as a personal experience, I can say that probably the South Korean government, but even the Italian government, doesn't recognize still the huge and the power of this influence, the impact that the Korean soft power has on the younger generations that are willing to learn Korean and to start cooking Korean. So now it's time to give the floor to Professor Moon. Take your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation of a hybrid conference, Italy, Korea. Can I have the presentation, please? I can carry on. Okay. I arrived in Italy for the first time. Thank you. 2006, and at that time, Republic of Korea was known as divided peninsula after the Korean War, or known as the scandal of the football match during the World Cup 2002. But now things are changed. I can testimony the director John. She said now the consideration are very different in Europe and Italy, and also the perception, the more positive perception of South Korea. And thank you for also the development of the technology and also the internet access, so it could arrive various and updated information can arrive in Italy. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, these days, one of the latest Italian sports news could be purchasing Korean football player Kim Min-jae, who had a successful debut Italian football club this summer, and also the main actor and the director of Squid Game came to Florence, and during the Florence Korean Film Festival to meet Italian audience. And the main actor was welcomed by Mayor of Florence to his office, Palazzo Vecchio. And also he was invited one of the most important winery in Tuscany. Before we observe the specific cases of current influences in Italy, I would like to share with you briefly the result of a survey, of a soft power survey, which was conducted by Monocle magazine. Following the survey published in last year, 2021, South Korea is considered as a second powerful country in terms of soft power set.
This article says that South Korea has had a better 2020 than any other countries after developing a rigorous approach to face a pandemic with widespread testing and tracing rather than lockdown. For this policy, South Korea has won applauded from around the globe. But for sure, South Korea's strongest soft power cards remains TV drama and music, which have found global appeal in recent years. K-pop music and Korean music and films have become bona fide cultural exports. Hallyu, which means the Korean wave, is one of the many valuable soft power set, which was first driven by TV drama and pop music, and to movies and food, fashion, cosmetics, arts, and so on. This movement started from Japan to China and across the Southeast Asia to Europe and also North and Latin America. This Korean wave has spread as a cultural phenomenon in the world. Considering of this Hallyu phenomenon, on 21st September last year, the South Korean musician BTS attended a UN General Assembly accompanied by former South Korean President Moon Jae-in, who appointed them as a special presidential envoy for future generation and culture. In their address, BTS conveyed an optimistic message promoting the COVID-19 vaccine and lauding young people for their resiliency, and over 1 million people watched their speeches. A year before, the film Parasite, which has received enormous attention from all over the world by international audience, became the first foreign language film to win the Best Picture Oscar. Another evident example of the popularity of worldwide Korean wave is the introduction by Oxford University of 26 Korean words into its dictionary. As we can see, the terms like Hallyu, 불고기, 김밥, 먹방, these words are strictly connected to the Korean pop culture. Big Hit Entertainment, known as a BTS company, and Hankuk University of Foreign Studies jointly created a series textbooks featuring BTS for international fans to learn Korean language and culture. In August 2020, Korea Foundation announced that it was partnering with Big Hit Entertainment and Hankuk University to sponsor Korean language classes at 6 universities in 4 countries around the world. It shows the appeal to K-culture has expanded well beyond the music. The success of the Korean wave demonstrates that public diplomacy plays an important role in improving the national values and brand image of the country. In 2010, Republic of Korea designated as a starting point to promote public diplomacy to control and coordinate the strategy based on soft power sets such as culture, national values, and the brand image of the nation. This isn't okay. Sorry. The vibrancy of Korean culture in Italy has emerged in the late 2000s by the cultural or commercial events organized by public and private Italian institutions. K-contents took an important part of the cultural events in Italy, such as Korea Week and Far East Film Festival, Korean Film Festival, Venice Biennale, and Milano Fashion Week, PT Uomo, Firenze, and Bologna Book Fair, and Cosmoprof worldwide. At the moment, 5 Italian universities provide the Korean language and courses like Korean literature,
literature courses for more than 600 new students each year. The University for Foreigners of Siena, where I teach Korean language, it's continued to increase in the students. The course was activated in 2017. There was 25 or 24 students were enrolled, but now last year we had 90 students enrolled, and next Monday I will discover how much student has increased. Okay. Recently, Italian writer and journalist and influencer Michela Murgia, she conducted a masterclass of impact of K-pop and K-culture. Often she publishes journal articles related to analysis of BTS or Korean pop culture phenomenon on daily newspapers or cultural magazine. For Italian readers who might need a guide towards a brand new cultural wave. Missing the last. Okay, it's okay. I'm the conclusion. The importance of soft power that Hallyu diplomacy has grown considerably. The cultural exchange and collaboration of international research and studies by holding various cultural and academical events, performance, arts events, and festivals organized between two countries or between regions, it will help to improve the international relationship and implement the synergy of economic and political collaboration between Korea and Italy. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Moon. I have to tell you, I have some doubts about the spreading Michela Murgia as a cultural ambassador of South Korea in Italy. I'm sorry, I wrote an entire page about kimchi 3 years ago, and I'm not an influencer, but we tried to introduce, as journalists, the cultural influence of South Korea in Italy. As you know, it's not an easy task, but still. We have like 20 minutes. I'm so sorry we have this tight schedule. And I would like to have I have one question for each. And I'd like to start with Professor De Nicola, if she is still online with us. Yes. It's very interesting. I'd like to ask you, since your presentation was about this issue, what Italy can learn from South Korea about public diplomacy and soft power?
Korea has been very effective in promoting lately, as we have seen, their popular culture. And I think Italy, while, as I tried to say, while at the beginning was kind of a place where a lot of culture like cinema, music, and so on was worldwide known. Lately, I think, I mean, from what we can see, didn't pay too much attention as much as Korea has done lately. So I think what we can learn from Korean side is to try to take back this lead role in, for example, in cinema, while lately not so many as much as before Italian directors and the sponsorship or helping to support Italian cinema as been done before. And so I think basically there hasn't been so much attention from the government as much as Korean government has done since 90s to this popular culture. So I think Italy has to figure out that popular culture can also move, can also sponsor changes not only culturally, but can drag on other important things like economy and also power that can be called soft power. But slowly, Korea that started with this promotion of culture is slowly moving to a much more effective power internationally. For example, with China, relation with China and Japan has always been very difficult in the area. Geopolitical, we know there are many issues still open, but through the soft power, the exercise of soft power, for example, a new stage for Chinese and Korean relations were actually possible, and politically has an effect on that. So I think cultural policies and exercise of soft power can also be very important in moving politically other possibilities.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a question also for Professor Hua. We know that one of the most powerful country, if we talk about soft power, are the US, they invented it, Israel, Italy too in some ways. But for Korea was a very easy task. It seems to me that it's something connected also to the past of South Korea. For example, for the Japanese soft power, it's more complicated to offer themselves to other countries because of the past. And for Korea, it's very easy. They don't have any troubles with other neighbor countries. It's something that is affecting the powerful of the soft power.
Well, thank you very much for the question, but let me just clarify that so are you asking the Korean political system, whether that has impact on the
Yes, also the historical reasons
yes,
affect in some ways the power of the soft power?
Yes, of course. If you do remember at the very a few slides that I show you, this is also the scholar, the Joseph Nye, also he said himself, when countries, soft power relies on three resources. So it's a culture. So every country has a unique culture. And also in his the theory, there's another thing is a political values, when it lives up to them at home or abroad. So we can actually sort of, this is in line with your the idea. It's actually, when I just read it through, I didn't really think through much, but it's actually, you mentioned it. I would like to link with it, because as you mentioned that the political values meaning is that, if you understand the Korean histories, Koreans went through quite ups and downs since beginning of 20th centuries. And then the evidence shows that Koreans actually survivors in this the colonial period, and then during the war from North and South Korea. And then also this political dictatorship what happens over 30 years in the modern Korean states. And all this time, and then also after the democratization process, etc. So Koreans have shown, what is sort of people as not, the major world power, but it's middle power countries, how they can actually survive and then continue. So this is what I mean by, I would like to quote from the Joseph Nye, these are political values. Yeah. So that also improves and then also gives an evidence to the outsiders. So it's, as you mentioned, that we are not the war crimes. We were the people in the small countries went through a lot of ups and downs. At the same time, proved ourselves that how hard we have lived, we as a Korean here, and also reached the economic development in very short times. So so that all these things actually show that as a political values, as a nation whole. So that's the reflection of this K-pop, this culture, is that it all part of the people's life is in there. So yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so the message is more neutral. But Professor Moon, at the same time, we have so many TV shows that show up how much the Korean society has some troubles, has some problems. Why do you think this allegory of the Korean society is so much appreciated outside? It's something that is connected with globalization. So every developed country has the same problem, so they can recognize themselves in not only Squid Game, because there are even Parasite. It's very popular outside South Korea. And do you think is the globalization or?
Well, actually, I think, I don't know, this is my personal opinion, but I think every country has a social problem, and Korea, it's not that we have some particular social problem compared to Italy, but I think it's very good at talk about the problem with the artistic value. We have a good product of the film, and also we have a fantastic artists like Bong Joon-ho or Park Chan-wook who are really, really good at talking about, and also the value of artistic I'm talking about. And also we Korea, we are the people who likes also to talk a joke and laugh away with this heavy social problems. I think this universal topic can reach the message, can reach the audience very easily, I think. And also, of course, Bong Joon-ho and Park Chan-wook, they're really, really also good artists. So I think it's a perfect teamwork, I think. Yeah.
If there are no other questions from online, I would like to ask if there is someone who wants to, yes, please, the man.
Dr. Vitale from the Polar Research Institute of National Research Council. I'm a scientist, so I'm not about this, and even I learn a lot about the soft power. But curious to know why we was putting a lot of attention about the culture, arts, music, and this is very important. But seems then you disconnect and not consider the scientific knowledge as a very important element. So why not to talk about the power and the strengths of the educational systems, the capability to help the world in some way to address. We are talking about global challenges, so we are addressing this point. So it's a little bit strange to me that was not considered this aspect. Is just because no time to in this way, or there is a more structural reason why the soft power is so strong connected with the culture, with the increase of the knowledge at the end.
Yeah, it's for sure a tool that South Korea and all the countries are trying to use. But is there, Professor Gua, do you want to reply?
So yes, of course. How the Koreans is in the Korean wave actually became popular through the world is together with technological development. Without all this technological development, the Korean wave wouldn't be here today where we are at. Actually, one of the reasons why the boy band BTS, or if you do remember Gangnam Style 10 years ago, this real Korean song was actually played all over the world. By then I was in Germany, so I could hear the German radio. This Korean Gangnam Style. It was a really sort of unforgettable moment. But all this, how this Korean K-pop or TV drama is shared through because of all the technological development. If there was no, for example, YouTube, if there was no internet, this wouldn't be happen at all. So yes, we are fully aware of how important the science technological development have influenced the dispersion of the curse. But actually, we didn't really talk about it, maybe because for Korean perspective, it's there. So it's so like we take a grant of having all this technology and so on. In early today, with one of also the participant asked a question about why this Italian banking system can't have like a Korean way. But Koreans, for this is quite just we take a grant of having Kakao Pay. In a sense that this sort of, yes, we should appreciate it, should talk about it, but in a sense that because it was there, so maybe we didn't pay attention all this technology and science aside, and especially, of course, thanks to all these equipments and development. That's how I saw Korean K-pops, Korean the cultural product can be introduced, spreading through the world. I hope. Maybe.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to?
Well, I would like to say that actually in the presentation, I have mentioned the importance of internet and technology because of, thanks to that, the spread. I mean, Korea, Hallyu has been had an advantage, for example, compared to other countries that also had, they exercised their soft power through popular culture. But Korea and Hallyu spread in the right moment when internet was much more in the 90s, much more used in Korea and everywhere. So has been mentioned the importance of technologies as one of the most important tool for the spreading of popular culture everywhere.
We have no time. I'm so sorry. No, we can discuss later. The gentleman, thank you.
I'm just going back to the issue of bank account just for the ICT, actually, because I don't want to cover that issue because as a foreigner, I have so many problems in bank account in Korea. So I don't want to open that window again. In Korea, you don't have check, you don't have share account.
You can complain with the ambassador.
So I don't cover that issue.
With the Mr. Ho.
But about ICT, it's very interesting that I think one of the most interesting issue that also we have to learn something is the way of Koreans to advertise and endorse their skills. For instance, in ICT, that actually is 80% of research and development in Korea is ICT. What they have, maybe we are still missing it, that in all the areas where they are weak, for instance, they managed to have the Winter Olympic Games. Of course, in Korea, there are no winter sports except skating. They managed to have very successful Olympic Games, but actually they advertise and they built everything as the 5G Olympic Games. So they managed to give a label of ICT to the Olympic Games because ICT is the strength. And also the last examples in the cultural heritage, they have many applications and projects where ICT apply to cultural heritage. So it's not really preservation, restoration, but the ICT apply to it. Yeah. So what we have to learn sometimes, that also part of the educational system, probably in the success of the Korean drama, whatever, the way to make the system working the same way, advertising what they know they are strong, and through the tools, reach other targets.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Lorenzo wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, just a brief one. This one, okay. Yeah, I mean, we talked extensively in this panel about the great benefits of soft power for South Korea. But with great soft powers comes also great responsibilities and great threats. I would like to know, I mean, this is a question for all the panelists. What do you think about the risks, the inherited risks of relying too much on soft power? President Moon Jae-in was criticized by a lot of observers, both nationally and internationally, for the extensive use that he made of pop icons like the BTS. And he basically lifted them as official ambassadors of the country abroad. And this, of course, I mean, it's really risky to link the reputation of an entire nation to some pop icons in their 20s, which, I mean, they're easily subject to scandals and other problems. So I would like to know, I mean, your opinion on this.
Yes, it's the dark side of the soft power and of the polarized society in South Korea, and so it's very easy for an idol to become an evil and only online. It's something that Michela Murgia never says, but anyway. Yeah. Who wants to reply? Professor Moon?
If it's possible. Actually, I wouldn't want to talk about this dark side, because it just survived this phenomenon, where I think two things comes in my mind. First thing is actually the BTS is one of the main issue of the soft power. I wouldn't like to be perceived my country as just one singer or just one film. This can be a risk, or we have to produce or create the other side aspect of the culture, or science, also the technology. This can be a risk. The other side is just my opinion. Korea is geographically is between. It's a very important position between. We have the important peninsula, which is situated between Japan and China. We have China. I think J-pop started, and then K-pop arrived. And I think also can arrive to China. So I think before, just my personal opinion, I would like to have a good example for the also the China, if it can have a soft power as a. It doesn't come to my mind. It's it could be, I hope it can be a good example to China, and before to move these influences, I would like the Korea has the soft power, stable soft power and smart power. This is my opinion. I don't know if I explained clearly.
If I may say something. I think that, we talked about the importance of Hallyu and this popular culture, but I think that Korea, politics, and not only, also in academic fields and other fields, they know about this risk. So I wouldn't be so pessimist to say that, of course, Korea is aware of the fact that cannot rely only on one image of their soft power. And actually, Korea is investing a lot in other cultural products like literature, art, and so on. So it's not only about a TV series or music or a special musician that has been very useful for launching the image of Korea worldwide. But now the policy of Korea is a more, let's say, traditional way of conceiving of the high culture. As I mentioned before, as Nice also said, we can promote culture that is popular culture and high culture. So Korea is moving now to high culture, promoting other aspects of their own culture, not only popular culture, because they know exactly what is the risk. And so this is one thing. And another thing I would say that, as Professor Moon mentioned, well, Chinese, I don't think China can be a problem in enhancing their soft powers culture, because the environment in China is completely different from Japan and Korea, where democracy is, well enhanced. But China, we have to remember, is not a democratic country. And so culture is not free as much as Korea is. So even musicians in Korea, we know exactly that if they do any criticism about anything in China, what they read. And with this background, I don't think China can go worldwide as much as Korea or
Italy.
And Italy have done. So I wouldn't worry about this from now. I mean, now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Wang.
Yes, just a quick response is that the K-pop, it's actually for the Korean side, the Korean government, any of the political parties or political regime has done anything for this. It's how the Korean wave developed. It was just really purely coming from the viewers. So the Korean government, Korean government is fully sort of take advantage of the development of the Korean wave. So coming, popularity created from the popular culture. But actually, if you think about it, Korean government has actually have done little for this enormous success of Squid Game. Do you think they haven't done something? No. Parasite. Nobody knows what Korean government has done all this part. So this is soft power is coming purely from the viewers from outside. Even Koreans were sort of amazed, surprised, shocked. Why suddenly all these people, how could I hear the Gangnam Style in one of the regional radio station from Germany? So it's not like we made it. So at one point, and second is that, as you also mentioned, that culture it comes, develop, they also decline. So one day, of course, could be some other culture will come, but until then, we will enjoy it as long as possible. But also, don't forget the fact that what is interest of this only popular culture, but it creates further movement. When we see a lot of students who would like to learn Korean language, that because they saw Korean TV dramas. I personally sometimes talk to the Chinese student who is learning Korean, so who just come to study in Korea. So how did you end up here? Because I watched the Korean drama, I really liked it. I would like to understand the language that I can actually understand what they're saying. So this it creates extra opportunity, these people to involve further. So at this moment, the point is that, we could worry about the risk, but in a sense, it brings more sort of positive development for the Korean popular cultures, even for the government, etc. So I don't think we have to worry about that much, but when time comes, we also understand, as I said, every culture comes and goes, nothing stands there forever. So that's also fully aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me conclude this discussion saying that yes, soft power is also a tool to build an identity. So it's something that we can enjoy even from Europe. The building of the South Korean identity that is not only related to North Korea or political issues, but something that we recognize clearly, and that there is no soft power without a real proper democracy. So that's why I agree with you about the very difficult threats that can have the Chinese soft power, because there is no innovation without freedom and democracy, and there is no a real soft power, a powerful soft power. So unfortunately, if you don't have the soft power, you can have only the hard power, as Russia teaches. Let me say thank you so much. We have to close this discussion and all the day we have an I leave the floor to Lorenzo. Thank you so much to our distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. And thanks to all the speakers in this last panel. Now it's my pleasure to ask the Ambassador Lee, to join us and for the final remarks, please.
Well, such an interesting discussion. I wish we could continue to discuss this very interesting topic, but I guess it's time to stop and go home. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have to confess, and I believe everybody can agree that this was one of the most rewarding fora I have ever attended. It was extremely inspirational, informative, provocative, sometimes intense. The only regret I have is that we do not have enough time for the interaction between the panel and the audience. So maybe next year we can allocate more time for this. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank IAI for co-hosting today's event, as well as our chairs and panelists, and to those who have attended both online and offline. I believe this forum has served as an occasion to enhance the awareness of Korea-Italy relations among Italy's opinion leaders. As mentioned during the forum in 2018, Korea-Italy agreed to elevate our relationship to a strategic level by forging strategic partnership, mainly triggered by substantive increase in two-way trade volume and tourist exchanges. Since then, there have been many changes in the international and domestic situation. We are witnessing new challenges arising from the global pandemic and resurgent geopolitical tensions, not to mention the traditional global challenges such as climate change and unequal distribution of wealth among and inside countries. Against this backdrop, we may need to find a renewed and strengthened partnership in our relationship. As two of world leading democracies with most vibrant market economy and creativity, I truly believe our strengthened and expanded partnership will not only benefit each other, but also contribute to the whole world. The year 2024 will mark the 140th anniversary of Korea-Italy diplomatic ties. With this in mind, the Korean Embassy has prepared a draft roadmap for strengthening and upgrading our bilateral relations. Today, I would like to share some key points the Embassy aspires to achieve in the coming years. Firstly, the Embassy will continue to strengthen its bridging role by realizing high-level mutual visits between the two countries, including presidents, obviously, and leaders of parliament within the next 2 years. Secondly, the Embassy will hold a series of cultural events to celebrate the 140th anniversary
in 2024. To do this, we will soon begin consultation aiming at the designation of 2024 as the year of reciprocal visit between Korea and Italy. Thirdly, the embassy will strengthen its diplomatic presence by reinforcing its new infrastructure in Italy. Currently, a new embassy building is under renovation in the Via Veneto area. Once the renovation is complete by the early 2024, a new symbol will arise in the center of Rome, representing renewed importance and attachment to Italy. Furthermore, we are hoping to increase the number of staff and financial resources in the embassy accordingly. Obviously, this cannot be done without your friendly support present here today, genuinely comprehending the need and importance of our relationship. We look forward to your continued support so that these programs can be carried out properly as planned and can be further leveraged toward a greater cooperation between our two countries. As of now, numerous private initiatives are also on the way in various fields, often going beyond the scope of the embassy, powered by many charms both Korea and Italy boast. After all, I believe many experts of the private sector, such as yourselves, are at the center of that essential contribution to the partnership. Once again, I would like to thank all of you who have been working as friends in Korea and Italy. Once again, thank you for your hard work for this excellent fora and support and contribution. I believe you deserve to have a relaxing afternoon and evening. Thank you.